Hi, everyone. How are you today? Good evening. Good evening. I hope everybody has had a wonderful day. Sorry I didn't get to set the stream sooner. Unfortunately, we were running like crazy. I literally just walked in the door from baseball and stuff like that, got the stream set up, and we are going to get going. I'm going to go cook for my kiddos and listen at the same time. So I'll be on my phone, probably under Sleuth too. But we are opening right back up with the same man who was on the stand from the police department yesterday. He is on the stand again today. I'm going to go through some more video footage. I do have the audio boosted. Let me actually switch the way that I'm sharing this. I just forgot to do it the right way, but I do have the audio boosted at this time so that we can hear kind of these videos a little bit better, and we'll see how that goes. So good to see everybody today, though. I hope you guys all have a good one.
We've seen that happen. Why continue to play into that?
It's a matter of playing along with this game if it means getting Athena home. It's also a common practice in interview. If, as I'm assessing the interview, I know that if I don't play into this game, he could potentially shut down on me, and then the odds of recovering Athena, the window gets smaller. So I have to play into this game. I have to just take the lies he's given me. I have to continue that interview and maintain that rapport because ultimately at the end of the day, it's about finding Athena.
So once you've found her, and we'll see that in this video here, is there an additional video after you go back to the jail and have that short conversation?
Yes, sir.
And when does that occur?
That occurs on that same night. Are you talking about the additional video that's occurring there?
Let me clarify. We have the short video you talked about when you get back from the jail in a second, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there any additional interview of Tanner Horner after that final interview on the second?
Yes, sir. There was an additional interview with Mr. Horner where he asked to speak to me on December 7th.
And I was going to ask you that, who requested this interview?
The defendant, Mr. Horner, requested it.
Now, at this point, other than telling you where Athena was located now, is there anything else truthful that Tanner Horner has told you?
No, sir.
Now, let me just ask you, up until this point, how many different versions has Tanner Horner told you of how things went down at Athena's residence?
He's given me numerous different versions of how the events of that day transpired.
And up to this point, before we start this video again, how many different versions has Tanner Horner told you up to this point about whether he did or did not remove Athena's clothes?
He's also given me numerous versions of what happened to the clothes, if she was clothed or wasn't clothed.
And then also, how many different versions has Tanner Horner told you up to this point as to where her body's located?
He gave me two versions. One was at that bamboo, and obviously when he finally decided to take me to her.
Now, when we watch this this video, you're still talking to this alter ego Zero during this time. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
At some point, do we get Tanner back?
Yes, sir.
Well, how does that happen?
At one point during the course of that interview, after we've located Athena's body, he pretends to come out of this psychosis or whatever was going on at the time, and then I get Tanner back for a little bit. And of course, the only time I'm getting the truth is when I'm playing into his game of Zero. So I asked to speak to Zero because I feel like that's the only time I'm getting the truth.
And do you do that?
Yes, sir.
And what happens?
Zero comes back.
So all you got to do is ask.
Yes, sir.
Now, throughout all of this, who does Tanner Horner continue to blame for what happened to Athena?
Everybody but himself.
And has that been a consistent thing throughout all of this?
Yes, sir.
Now let me ask you, when we're doing this, and I'm trying to figure this out here. So when Tanner Horner wants a cigarette, or he's telling you the story about how he wanted to leave her on the scene, who is he then?
I feel like in that time he's Tanner.
But when you start digging in and asking him what happened to Athena and what's going on, who is he then?
That's going to be Zero.
When he's telling you that he's worried about his kids and wanting to see his child and things of that nature, who's he then?
Tanner.
But when you guys start challenging him regarding some of his inconsistencies, who is he then?
Zero.
And is this a pattern that continues throughout what we're going to see today?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Throughout the course of the interview, that's obviously, like I stated before, something that I acknowledged based on the interview. And it's very strategic for us because, again, we want to maintain that rapport. We don't need him shutting down because we're trying. Now that we've found Athena, we still need to get to the truth. So if getting to the truth is playing this game, I'm willing to play it.
And so let me ask you just a little bit about this interview on December 7th. We're gonna talk to you about it a little more in a minute, but I just want to get an idea here. You said that Tanner Horner asked for this interview, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you go to the jail on December 7th and interview, and is that audio and video recorded as well?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is it in the same room that we saw before yesterday?
Yes, sir, it is.
And during this time, did Tanner Horner tell you what the primary purpose of this interview was with you on December 7th?
The only purpose of that interview, which I quickly learned from speaking to him, was that he wanted to cut a deal.
Judge, go ahead and finish the video here.
Yes, go ahead.
Get that? Oh. Yeah, okay. I need to get it. You go on my, sorry.
We were talking about, we had Hannah talking earlier, about trying to break her neck. Did y'all really try to break her neck? It didn't work? Was it you trying to break her neck, was it Tanner? Did you? Did you choke her from behind like you said earlier? Did she defecate on herself? Did she struggle? Did she trying to claw you or anything like that? How's she trying to claw you? Trying to kick you? Did she actually get a kick on you? She's screaming on? Wasn't able to. So about it? Did it end quick? So you talked about a sock being instructed. Is that her sock? You don't remember where you tossed that at? You don't remember, just some random place, for sure?
Terry tossed the sock.
And I tossed it. What's in it? Tossed it when you threw it up?
Hey, Zero, very important. What items of her did you take to Tanner's house?
Did you take any of her clothes or anything to your house, to Tanner's house? You didn't take anything over there? She was wearing her clothes?
Oh, no, I was throwing clothes all over the highway.
You were throwing clothes all over the highway? You think maybe Tanner took some home?
I went inside.
Are you saying you stripped her naked and throw her clothes out the window on the highway? Is that what you're saying?
That was cool.
You thought it was funny? You take all her clothes off of her? Shirt, pants, panties, everything?
I love the panties on.
Left the panties on?
So did Tanner take any of the clothes home, you think? You don't think so? You think Tanner
He's
took,
not stupid.
you think Tanner took anything home?
He's not stupid.
I think Tanner
He's a
had,
little bitch, but he's not stupid.
I think Tanner had said to me earlier that he doesn't shit where he eats. Is that why?
That was me.
That was you? You don't shit where you eat? So you didn't take anything back to Tanner's house? Okay.
So the only thing she was wearing when she went in the water was her panties? How long did we talk to you, Zero? The whole time? When did you take over?
When he addressed me as such.
So when we were in the building earlier, was Tanner talking to us?
So if I'd addressed you at Zero from the get-go, you would have talked to me?
Probably, it's only respectful.
I apologize for not referring to you as Zero sooner. But it clicked to me. Tanner, you've been talking. I need to talk to Zero. Thank you for talking to me. You asked to talk to me. You wrote on the board, but you know, I remember acknowledging that. You were trying to get me to talk to you the entire time. I just wasn't seeing it until I was there on the side of the road. I saw it. I heard you calling my name, I just wasn't listening. Zero. Who's got one more question for you?
So her black pants, little pants, think you're at the house.
He
remember that now?
Caitlin came with him away.
Okay, and the trash at your house? At your house, in the trash?
So just in the trash.
Just in the trash, okay. Okay, anything else and everything at the house?
Shouldn't be.
You're being truthful.
Truth is good.
Hey, Zero, when you took her, was she wearing a jacket or anything? No jacket, no shoes?
The jacket and shoes.
So she's wearing little pants and a shirt? Was it long sleeve, short sleeve?
I think it was short sleeve.
Maybe short sleeve, what color was it?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Let's talk.
Did she tell you she don't want to go with you?
Of course.
What'd you tell her?
We're going on a ride.
She didn't try to fight you when you told her you were going on a ride?
No. She did keep asking questions.
What'd you tell her?
I told her no. We're just going on a ride.
She's going on a ride? So did you hit her before you dropped the package? I'm sorry, did Tanner hit her before the package was dropped off or after?
I want to talk to him.
No, I want to talk to Zero. I want to talk to you. Because you're being more honest, you're being more helpful. I want to talk to you.
And I went back to her.
I understand.
All I took was a quick motion and I'd be able to sign it on back.
I don't want to do that. I mean, I don't want you to die.
He wants to die. I want him to die, but I want to live.
So if he dies, you die. That's not helpful for you. You know what I mean? And you're being helpful for us right now. I really appreciate that. You said it was funny throwing the clothes out on the highway. Which highway did you throw them out on?
114.
114, so before you even got out of Wise County?
Why'd you take your clothes out, Zero?
It's funny.
A form of humiliation?
She was going to tell.
Yeah, punch her.
Did she tell you she was going to tell? She did? When did she tell you she was going to tell?
She said she was going to tell her dad.
At the house or after y'all left?
At the house.
At the house? I understand. I'd be a little upset too.
Zero.
Boot for boots and jacket for dad.
Gun up into jacket.
Okay. Where did you show her?
In the back of the truck.
Okay, and where were you parked at that time?
Private road.
The private road? Okay. And then, you were close. Okay,
The road.
and then what?
And drove off.
Okay, and what was done with her and clothes at that point?
What do you mean?
So, her clothes were taken off and you're driving down the road and she's not wearing clothing, correct? And am I correct? Okay. And then what? What did you do next?
Had a place to go.
And where was that?
Another creek.
Okay. And then what direction did you go?
And I started heading back to the station. And I let her take back over.
Tanner doesn't remember times. Do you remember what time it was?
About 6:30. I started heading back, I believe.
When did you put it in the creek? Remember what time that was?
A little bit before 7.
When did you turn your phone? When did you turn his phone back on?
And I let him take back over.
Do you remember what time that was? Do you remember being back at FedEx back at his work?
No, I went to sleep.
You went to sleep, so you don't remember?
He might.
You got any questions for me?
Is that it?
No. It's not. I want to get to know Zero for a little bit.
Why? No, I didn't sleep.
I do.
Okay, so.
Intriguing, Zero. Does that make sense?
I do the video perspective, I guess it does.
Let's get you inside for some water. What happened? Mission. No, sir.
Okay, wireless pants and, talk out there in the back shed.
Tanner found him in his backpack. So Zero put him in Tanner's backpack. You put him in Tanner's backpack. And that's how they got to the house. Let's see, Zero. We'll be back, okay? Yes, sir.
Here's what I'm going to show you. Market States Exhibit 38B. Recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
What's that?
It's going to be the interview from the Wise County Sheriff's Office interview room, which I've initialed.
And that initial again means that you've reviewed it, and is that a true and correct copy of that interview?
Yes, sir.
And just to clarify, since we've got several videos here, this is the one that we're going to see right after the video just ended. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, the body camera stops, and then the interview room camera would take over. So essentially, you'll see the transition.
Judge Rudolph states 38.
Any additional objections other than those previously mentioned?
No further objections.
Okay, those objections remain overruled and State's Exhibit 38 is admitted.
So this one's fairly short. Can you publish this one?
Absolutely.
Mr. Neville,
Okay.
Mr. Neville,
Where do you shower and go to the bathroom at in your house?
this,
And where's that at?
the same property.
Okay. have you told us everything?
What?
Have you told us everything?
Me?
Zero.
Went away.
No. So that's your,
It's me. Like, just me.
okay.
General zero.
That's not zero.
Tanner,
Yes.
welcome back. You okay?
I'm a little flabbergasted, I guess.
Why's that? How's that?
Because I was in the backseat watching everything happen, and I'm kind of freaking out.
Alright. Is there anything zero that tells us if you can remember, or were you in and out?
I mean, I've been in and out the entire time. He hasn't really let me know at all.
Okay. Since I know it
He
now.
has like a weird, this is a weird type of respect because you actually, how should I put it, you address him, which I think is, he's, okay,
Yeah. There's a lot to process, Tanner. There's a lot that happened. So, we're gonna step out just a second, okay? And give you a second to process that, okay? It's just a minute. What's the passcode on your phone?
My finger.
There's no numbers?
Yeah, give me a second. 1561.
1561?
Sorry.
1564? Yeah. Well, there's no need to, look strong. Alright, hey, we're gonna let you get some rest, okay?
I don't talk to Cassie.
I'm gonna talk to Cassie. We'll let you make a phone call to Cassie in a minute, okay?
I want to video chatter.
Okay.
I want to video something.
We'll do that for you, okay? But right now you need some rest. Alright?
But she's still waiting on me to call her.
You got something you need? Just write down Cassie's number real quick.
Yep.
It's on the phone.
Just like I'll talk, you know it?
No.
What's her number? You don't know the number? Okay, we'll get it. We'll get it.
It'll be under my recent calls. It'll be under my name because I see other secretary number.
Okay. Alright. Stay on it. Almost.
I used to be able to do that.
Judge Mendoza, before we get to this next video, and I talk to you a little bit about that, in the very beginning of this, there was a question asked to Tanner Horner about did he take any items from the house? What was his initial answer?
No.
And then when, I believe it was, Danny Briley was asking about her panties. What did he say that he did with those?
He stated they were still on her.
Okay. What do you know about that statement?
That was a lie.
And why do you know it's a lie?
I visually could see her body, and I was privy to information of evidence.
Objection, Your Honor, that is hearsay.
Overall, just don't testify what the information was.
The clothing was located at Tanner's house.
Objection, Your Honor, that's based on hearsay.
That's the same.
Now, let's talk about that. As part of this interview, one of the officers mentions to Tanner Horner that there were some pants located at his house. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
And does then Tanner Horner now remember that there might be some pants at the house?
Yes, sir. I believe he stated they were placed into a backpack.
And did he state what he had done with the pants at the house?
They were thrown in the trash.
I want to clarify this here. When asked why he took her clothes off, what did he say?
It was about humiliation.
Objection, that is mischaracterization.
Or you say it was funny?
Yes, sir.
Now, any of this information that we have as to what he said about throwing the clothes out the window, is that what he said? He threw some clothes out the window?
Yes, sir. I believe the statement he made.
So all of this information about that, if we wanted to know if that information is true or not, what would we need to know if that true information is true or not?
Based on the course of this investigation, I knew that was a lie.
And in this particular investigation, did you obtain any additional evidence at a later date that would allow us to determine if any of the things he is saying is true or not?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
Video evidence.
Now, let's move on to this next interview here, because I want to make sure there's been a lot of video evidence here. This next video is about 2 hours, right?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
And this was the interview that Mr. Horner requested of you.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about, in the beginning of that, and how did you come to find out that he wanted an interview with you?
On that particular day, I was contacted by the Wise County Sheriff's Office and advised that Mr. Horner had sent up a kite, which is basically a letter that says, I'd like to speak to the investigator.
And do you remember about what time that you arrived to conduct that interview?
I can't remember the approximate time.
Secondarily, you said that's on December 7th. So how many days is that after you located Athena's body?
Approximately 5 days.
And how many days after he had murdered her was that?
It was going to be approximately 7 days.
So a week after he's kidnapped and murdered Athena, he's wanting to talk to you again.
Yes, sir.
Now, you said earlier that he had indicated to you the purpose of his interview. Let me give a little bit of feedback there. Purpose of his interview was he wanted to cut a deal. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir, I did.
And let me ask you a couple of questions about that. When people say that they want to cut a deal, what does that mean?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
I'll let him answer. Overruled.
Basically, obviously, in my time in law enforcement, with my experience, we always have people that want to essentially have us be a conduit to the district attorney's office as far as if I'm truthful, will the district attorney's office show us some type of consideration or maybe lessen our charge or do something if we're more helpful, which is a common practice that people do in order to reduce their time.
And in this case, is that the case here?
Yes, sir.
And so, as part of this, who arrives to conduct this interview?
Myself and Investigator Albert.
Again, same interview room we saw before.
Yes, sir.
And so on the first part of that video, is that where we see you guys discussing what this proposed deal he has? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then later on, is there also a discussion about Tanner Horner telling you about things, for example, his work history?
Yes, sir. That's common in interviews. What we do is, especially on this one, it's more controlled. Kind of things are settled down now. What we'll do is we'll obviously get through the constitutional rights, and then we'll go through some historical questions, obviously what you want, and then we wanted to learn a little bit more about him, work history, family history, things like that.
And in this case, did you go through that with him, his work history and his family history?
Yes, sir.
And did you go through his dating history and, for example, his having a baby with Cassie, his girlfriend?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that would encompass some of that family history.
And were you able to discuss with him as far as work, the locations and places is where he worked?
Yes, sir. Yeah, previous employment, things of that nature.
And then also scattered through this interview, is there also still references to this whole zero thing?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about the deal he wanted to cut, okay? Prior to talking to him, did you advise him of his rights or have a discussion about his rights at that point?
Yes, sir, we did.
And he had asked for this interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
Initially, what is his basic proposal that he makes to you as far as this deal he wants?
Basically, just a brief synopsis of it is I want to be freed with an ankle monitor. I want to spend Christmas with my family. You guys can monitor me, keep track of me, and I'll fully cooperate in this investigation.
So that's his proposal. If you'll let him out, then he'll tell you the truth.
Yes, sir.
Now, during this time, did you ever agree to anything about that?
No, that's another thing. We can't make any promises. We can never do any guarantees. That is not in my job responsibilities, and I am 100% forthcoming with people on that. I can't make you any promises. I actually told him that's not going to happen.
And as part of this interview, you said he wants to have Christmas with his son.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, he says that if he can do that, he'll tell you everything. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you, essentially, he wants you to give him something for him to be truthful about what he did to Athena on November 3rd.
That's correct.
Now, as part of this investigation and questioning, do you ask him some questions during this process about the why and what happened to Athena?
Yes, sir, I did.
And at all points in this, does he volunteer any additional information about that?
No, sir. Usually when we start talking, he diverts back to this deal, refers back to it, and then it's more me essentially trying to pry information out of him. Just, hey, be honest with me, talk to me, tell me about this.
And so does this process of you trying to question him and then him wanting you to give him something to tell the truth, does that repeat several times?
Yes, sir. Yeah, throughout the course of the interview, you could kind of see how that plays out.
And that's in the first part of the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
The middle part of the interview is what you're talking about when we discuss all of the history. Is that right? His family history and things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
And then at the end of this, do you also have another detailed discussion about this whole zero thing?
Yes, sir. We speak about it.
And let me ask you a couple of questions about that. At any point during all of this, does Tanner Horner ever take responsibility for what he does, what he did?
No, sir.
And during all of this, do you ask him questions about whether he feels remorseful or not?
I do.
And at any point, does he directly express remorse for what he's done?
No, sir.
Does he ever say that he's sorry for what he did?
Not that I can recall.
Did he ever ask to apologize to Athena's family?
I believe I asked him if he wanted to say anything to the family.
And what was his answer?
He just said he wanted to give him a hug, I believe was the response I got.
Judge Brown?
Yes, sir. I guess I'm gonna
You're out of order on the numbers here. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 275. Same questions as before. Do you know what that is, and how do you know what that is?
It's going to be the reinitiated interview, and it's going to have my initials on it with a date stamp of December 7th.
Indicating you reviewed this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is this a true and correct copy of the interview that you did on December 7th with Tanner Warner?
Yes, sir. I believe this one may have a redaction that was requested by the defense
Okay.
based on my review.
All right. That's included here.
Yes, sir.
Judge, we would offer State's Exhibit 275.
Any further objections other than those previously?
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Okay, those objections remain overruled, and State's Exhibit 275 is admitted.
Judge, this video is about 2 hours. I
Anticipate what we'll do is we'll start, and about halfway through or so, we'll take a break, and then we'll come back in and finish it, okay? Yes, ma'am. You need a break? All right, let's take 10 minutes and we'll get started, all right? 5 after 10, we'll start it back.
Ask for this. We should have sound here back in a minute. I mean, we're waiting for them to start back up. One of the rules that the judge set for
Those all here real quick, and then we're going to go through some formalities, okay? So did you get the ladies' name yesterday or what? Hang on just a second. Okay, it's before we take off into anything, obviously you have constitutional rights, and you have been appointed attorney, so we're going to go through some of that. First and foremost, the reason we're here is because you were called to speak to us. Is that correct? Okay. Who did you ask to speak to us? The guard. The guard, you remember the guard's name? I can tell you. Okay. So, Female. Okay. So, female jailer. Do you remember what time it was? Okay, that's understandable. So this is 9/11, around 9 o'clock p.m. last night. You must speak to an investigator in reference to your case, and we'll be making break your rights again, okay? Because you have constitutional rights regardless of the fact that you have to speak to us. Yeah, that's what that's reading. So you have documents on the mistake against you trial. In oral written statement against you in court. You have the right to have a lawyer present by me prior to your question to the police officer. If you have a court attorney, will be appointed by the party to your question. You have rights to this interview anytime you understand your rights. Yes, sir. Do you know who your attorney is? I can't remember the name. Okay, but you do have an attorney, you have consulted with him, and have rights to speak to us, correct? Yes. Okay. And you do understand your rights and you waive those rights, correct? I mean, I understand my rights. Okay. You understand your rights and you know you have rights to counsel that you have rights to this interview anytime, right? Oh, sorry, sir. I'm so sorry. It's okay. I'm different than you. Sorry, I've had a lot of female jailers. Okay, so this is name it for. And I don't mind. I'll say it. Okay. Perfect. All right, Tanner. So obviously you have some questions for us, right? What's going on today? You know, I've been thinking about this for literally hours and I don't know. Yeah. Give me a second. Yeah, I think we'll get answer in a few days. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm absolutely sure. Is he gonna help your class? I mean, maybe, I guess. Maybe just feel weird maybe inside. It's okay. I'll do it. Numerous times. Chris at my home, so is that gonna help your life? Okay. So we're gonna say that for hours. Use that one ball's next straight. I'll use this to drink. No, that's joking. We're going to take that first. So I imagine you have basically a list of bullet points that you want to know from me, correct? Yep, absolutely. There's only one thing in this world that I want. What's that? I want a month. If you can't do that, I understand. You don't want what? I want a month. A month what? Even if you want to go put ankle monitor on GPS monitors, check off with you. Like, if you give me a month with my family so I can have Christmas with my son,
positive and everything.
I'll be completely honest with you, Tanner.
That's beyond your power, I understand.
Yeah, no, it's something that I can't even easily think that's possible, but I don't know that for sure, because I'm not the prosecutor, I'm not, the courts, I don't know that. So, it's above my head, it's a question I have to ask,
I'd be willing, like, even if y'all set up cameras outside the house, like,
You know what, Tanner, give me some good faith. We talked at once that night, you were completely honest with me. Completely honest with me. I mean, and I think that goes with trust, because it's a two-way road. I think you trusted me, and I trusted you to do the right thing and tell me the truth, and you did. Really, I'll tell you right now that it's okay. Don't worry about that. That's my tip. Don't worry about it.
so,
We'll have some cleanup over that. Listen to me. Small potatoes, right? I remember I could tell you that night it's, a small piece of a bigger picture, right? So you told me the truth, and you walked in, and obviously, in today's modern world and with our capabilities, we can make a lot of things, we can corroborate a lot of things, right? We can put all pieces together, see if you're telling us the truth, and you are telling us the truth. We've literally, we've got everything nailed down. You go into the store and get cleaning material and all that. We know all those things, right? So a lot of the what has been answered. I think I told you that from the beginning, right? What happened has been answered. What path you took has been answered. Where you put her has been answered, right? That's the biggest thing for me. I think I told you from day one. It's like, just let me bring her home, right? I think that was the statement I made to you, and that was my sole intent. I just want to bring her home. And we got her home now. But a lot of why this happened hasn't been answered. And I know that you want some good faith and some things that are beyond my power to do, but I think you got to give me some more good faith on why this happened. Why did this happen?
well, the thing is, I'm willing to tell everything, like, even if you have to make a list, I'll make video entries of every detail of everything. If you can somehow give me a month just to be with my family, that one last month, if you can talk to somebody, anything, that's all I want. I just want to be able to have one Christmas.
I can't promise you anything.
You can't promise that.
I can't tell you that that's even possible, nor am I going to begin to give you any false illusions. Because I think from day one you asked, how many questions did you ask me on the side of the road, and I answered you truthfully?
I didn't count.
But how many times? You asked me several questions. Did I avoid your questions?
No, sir.
I answered you directly, correct?
And I appreciate you.
Yeah, and I was
trying
truthful
to think about this.
Well, it's a two-way road, Tanner. That two-way road means that what I expect of you, you should expect of me also. So I'm not
And that's
gonna,
why I'm not like upset that you're telling me that it might not be possible.
Yeah.
If there's like a sliver,
yeah, I'll tell you where we're at right now is you gotta give me some good faith and answer that question for me. You gotta answer me the why, right? Because that's what's weighing on me, is why this happened. We don't have to get back into detail if you don't want to right now, but that's a big question I have, why this happened.
sir, I want to answer everything you have to say. But the main motivation behind me wanting to talk to you is I literally just want to see my son.
I understand
I
that.
want to be there for him on Christmas. I want to give him that good Christmas feeling. I want to be able to leave
Tanner, it's really
because that he can look back on.
Absolutely. 100%. If I was in your shoes, I would want to do the same thing. But you gotta answer me something, Tanner. You gotta give me some good faith, right? Are you willing to do that for me? No, hang on. Listen to what I'm fixing to ask. I didn't ask you what I'm fixing to ask. I'm just asking you, are you willing to do that for me?
It's the only thing I want. And I don't give you anything you want.
Did you know what you did was wrong?
Of course. Now, I haven't been on the medicine in 5 days, and starting to wear off, I've actually been crying. Do you know what that's like? Not being able to cry for months and months and months.
Tanner, are you remorseful for what you did? Obviously, you're telling me you're crying, but I mean,
I'm a father. I took it from you. I took away something from someone. I thought there was something there. Oh, that was gel, I guess. All I want is just to spend one last Christmas with my son, and I'll tell you everything. Like,
Tanner, you got distracted and you didn't answer my question. I said, are you remorseful for what you did?
I'm a father.
Tell me about that. Are you hurting inside of this for Athena?
Hurting for her, I'm hurting for her family. But even if this was some random person, I'd still be hurting for this
I
child.
mean, what would you want to say? If her mom and dad were here right now, what would you want to say to them?
I thought the other this video answer your question. her a chance.
Hang on, Tanner, I told you that. One, I'm not gonna promise you anything, that's way above my head, and I'm gonna shoot you straight, just like I want you to shoot me straight. I don't think there's that possibility. Now, is there a possibility for you to receive equipment and things to make videos for your son and things like that? I believe so. I believe that may be a possibility. Obviously, you're gonna get to talk to your family, there's, there'll be a time and place for that.
I mean, I have a lot of rights I need to along with my own family. Like, you probably seen what that backyard looks like. My grandmother was telling me she needs that cleaned up for over a decade, and that just, if I'm on like house arrest, something like that, I'd be able to right those wrongs. If I was on house arrest, I'd be able to actually, so I give my son at Christmas, I'd be able to, you know what I mean?
Tanner, where did you come up with this idea? Is this your idea or just something you saw someone else or somebody tell you?
Pray about it.
Pray about it. God speak to you? And he said this is what you should ask for? So Tanner, let me ask you something. I answered your question just now. You said I'd answer around, but I didn't answer around. My question was that I told you that, one, I didn't know if this was possible, and two, it was way above my head. And it's, I'm not going to sit here and give you false hope, right? Because you and I started from day one on shooting each other straight. That was our relationship from the minute we met. And I'm not going to begin to start jacking that up right now and not shoot you straight. So I answered your question. The only question I have is, and you got to look out here. You said you were a parent, right? So as a parent, my question to you was, if Athena's parents were here, put yourself in their shoes for a minute. What would you say to them?
I don't know what I would say.
I mean, would you apologize to them? Would you explain why you did this? Or
I don't know what I would say. I'd be speechless.
what would you want somebody to say to you if somebody took somebody from you?
If you can make this happen for me, somehow.
I listen to it. Here's the deal. Again, I'll go back to what I said before. I don't think I'm not going to begin to give you false hope, right? I'm not going to begin to tell you that this is possible. The current offenses, the charges that you've been charged with, I don't believe that's something we're going to let folks, obviously you can postpone, you have your constitutional rights for that, and you can be with your family if you can make bond. There's that side of it. But other than that, I'm not going to start with giving false hope or telling things. This is above my pay grade. That's a question that would be for prosecutors, judges, and different things that I have to answer to, because I don't think that's possible. So, that being said, if I wanted to sit here and bullshit you, which I'm not, and I haven't done from day one, I would give you false hope, and I'm not going to do that. Okay? Because, again, I think our relationship goes into telling each other the truth and treating each other straight. Now, I think you can save a lot of grace and save some face here, which you already done. First of all, I'm going to tell you something, Tanner. From the bottom of my heart, I want to personally thank you for letting me bring her home. Thank you for that. Because guess what? That wasn't for me, that wasn't for you, that wasn't for anybody in this community, that was for her parents. You let me bring her home. You let me bring her home so she could rest and so that family could get closure. So thank you for that. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for letting me bring her home. I genuinely appreciate that. I don't think I ever got to really express that to you. Okay? So, again, thank you for cooperating with us. Thank you for being truthful, honest, transparent. I do see a little bit of remorse on you. I do see a little regret in you. And I feel you as a parent, as a person, right? Just because I wear this badge doesn't make me not human. I'm just like you, right? I'm a person, I'm human. I have feelings, I have emotions. Right? Do you understand that? So if I'm thinking of me as a police officer right now, I'm thinking of me as a person. And understand the human aspect of this. The human aspect says that we know the what. Now the family needs to understand the why. People need to understand the why. Now we need to explain to this community why. Now we need to explain to the people why. Officers, this case has impacted everybody tremendously.
I personally, Mr. Bell, all the investigators that are on the front line, I need to sleep, man, days looking for Athena.
Do you know her parents' names?
No, sir.
Her father's name is Jacob. Her mother's name is Maitland. Her stepmother's name is Elizabeth. They want to know why. They're curious as to why this happened.
If I go to them next time I see them, because their question when I see them again is why did this happen? We know what happened. We're always going to know what. We get hung up in the what too many times, but we never understand why. And you can go by every person I've talked to in the past, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you I had more cases like this before. I have. And every single person's always helped me understand why, because there's always a why.
Let me tell you something, Tanner. Last night, there was a prayer for this going on, and Jacob specifically asked me why this happened to us. I mean, why did he get taken? He wants to know. I mean, he's got 2 other daughters, but he'd like to know why this happened. And I couldn't tell him. I looked this man in the face, and I couldn't tell him. I said, I don't know. He has to answer that for me. He doesn't want to talk to you right now.
Tanner, I know what you want, and I listen to it. And you know, I'll be honest with you, and upfront with you, and maybe you have to know with us as well. But if that's something that you can help us put that piece of the puzzle in, then that's very important.
I mean, there's a lot of other details you could have, a lot of what you want to give us, if we can grant this, but the why, it is pretty big for this family. This helps with their closure.
Would you be able to talk to a judge? Yeah, you know what I'll do? What I'll do is I'll convey what you've told me here today. I'll convey what you've told me here today. I'll convey to the judge and to the prosecutors, and I'll convey to the department heads what your request is, right? And I'll also convey to them that I've told you this isn't something that I believe is feasible. Because again, I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you. I'm not going to sit here and give you false hope. But if you want me to relay something, I will. But I think as good faith, I think answering why is crucial. I guess I'm going to come after I got like, yeah,
It's fine. I want you to understand something. It's not crucial about the case. That's not what we're talking about. It's crucial to the family. This is not about prosecution, not about putting you on trial. The why is crucial to the family.
we need to, let me help you understand this again and walk you through. So what happened? What happened is done. We know what happened. You were informed what happened. You literally walked me step through step on when you took Athena, when you killed Athena, and where you put Athena, and what you did after you killed Athena. That's what happened. What you did after, up until the day you came here. We know what happened. Because of you. Because of your cooperation and your assistance and your willingness to let me bring her home. That is what happened. And those answers have been answered. So that's why we help you understand. Would you agree with me on that? Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. But can I speak for a minute? No. The reason I wanted to do this I just want to spend that one last Christmas. I have videos of Christmas morning and waking up, gonna go see, like, I go under the tree, see his presents. You take the entire thing and have him be able to look back on that. This isn't even really about me at this point. It's about that little boy. I want this because I want to be able to, for him to have something to look back on. The reason I wanted to trade this is because if somehow by some million and one shot they were able to put me on a monitor, put cameras around the house, everything. If y'all were able to do that, I would get a no contest. All I want is that 1 month time. Hell, not even a month, technically, just end of the year, you know what I mean? That 1 month time, that one last crucial time for my son. I would give up everything. I would say, just throw me in a jail cell forever, I don't care. I would give up everything. I'd give up all my defenses, I'd give up everything. So no contest. Give you the information that you want, everything. That's what I want you to convey to the judge.
I'll convey that to the prosecutor, to the district attorney of this county. I'll convey that to him for you. But again, I tell you this, that is not like what you're requesting is more than likely not possible. I'm not going to sit here, and again, you know we can't make any promises. We can't give you false hope. I can't give you any illusions of what's going to happen. You know what I mean? It's like, I'll convey it, but for you, but I can tell you what the answer's going to be. Does that make sense?
I'm at your shoes.
Thank you. What are your thoughts, Sarah? What are you thinking?
I guess I'll just wait on a response at this point.
What do you want to say to this community? What do you want to say to the families? Is there anything you want to put out there to do?
No one deserved any of this.
Have you spoken to your family?
My mom and my grandmother are apparently coming today.
To see, you know what time to be here?
Pretty soon, from what I'm guessing.
Okay.
Is this y'all's one?
No, that's yours. Everything we got is for you.
Either way, that's basically my price. And then,
Yeah,
if
so let me kind of reiterate some things. For me, Matt, when you do that for me, so, okay, I'm just going to, a couple things, some of the things that I want to kind of talk to you about. I don't spend a lot of time talking that first night. We covered a lot of things, but one of the things that we didn't get to was the human aspect of it, right? Emotions and feelings, and, you know, early on from a young age, you know, we're always taught right from wrong, and then as we come up, you know, through life, as adults, we become the persons that right through the course of times. But obviously, one of the main things that I asked you that night, and it's just something that has concern for me, is has anything like this ever happened before?
No, sir. Nothing like this has ever happened. Ever.
You've never killed anyone else?
No, sir.
This is the first person you've ever killed?
Nothing like this has ever happened before. That's I cried when I run over dogs at work. Like, I cried over a squirrel before, dude. Then why fucking be homeless people, man? Then why Athena? If you cry over a squirrel, this is a 7-year-old human being. Wasn't me. Now that I haven't been on my medication, I haven't heard from Zero in like 2 days.
Tanner, I know you're being a little evasive right now on to me about some of the things, rightfully so, right? this is your meeting, you call this meeting, you want to speak to me, you know, I know that you want to put it on your terms, right? But I do ask that you show me the respect that I'm showing you, because this is a two-way street. You know, honestly, by all accounts, if you hadn't reached out to me today or last night, we probably would have spoken again for a long time. You know, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to sit before you for a long time. It would have been a while. So what I'm trying to do here is not only primarily fill those voids for the family, first and foremost. Fill that void, fill that emptiness, fill that lie for them. Because it's not about me, it's not about you, it's about them. It's not, again, I'll reiterate that. It's about that family, it's about that closure. It's about what you would want as a parent. Right? Closure. That's why I'm asking you those questions. That's why I asked that why. Again, I'm not going to sit here and pretend.
I told you the lie the first night, though.
Which is what?
Come back and watch the video, you have access. I told you why it happened.
So the whole reason we took is because you bumped her with the truck.
And I'm down with the truck.
And then you just spiraled out of control from there.
It's out of my hands at that point.
So if you had never bumped her with that truck, this would have never happened.
Nothing would happen. I'd be at work right now. I'd be at work, saving up for Chester's Christmas, getting everything ready, just trying to get us into an apartment. I was this close. I finally got a new car. Okay, I was having to drive the freaking work trucks home for like a month because I didn't have a car. Because my car broke down several months ago, and then Cassie's broke down. Like, life was getting really bad. The stress was getting too much. I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad person. I've never been a bad person.
Would you say for the majority of your life you've done the right thing?
I've always done the right thing. I've never been a violent person. I've never been a bad person. The only bad things I've ever done is, like, occasionally I'll smoke marijuana, but that's legally that's on its way out the door anyway, eventually. So, like, slowly these things are going to get, I'm not getting into all that. Like, that's literally the worst thing I've probably done in my life.
I would say so. I'd say so. I would hope so.
So you can look at my history. I'm not some deranged psychopath. I'm not some criminal.
I don't think you are either. I don't think you are either.
I'm an autistic, weird dude who likes music that other people tend to shut at.
Well,
Musician, dude. I was in a Christian punk band at one point. A Christian punk band. Not gonna lie, the vocals weren't the best. But, you know,
the vocals?
oh, no. Oh, yeah, if I were to jump on a kick or drum, I'd probably drop.
Yeah, it sounds like it just when you put your hands on it, you just do. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I worked years mastering my craft, and at this point, I write my own music. You know, I've written my own music, but I haven't really. I had lyrics and everything, but I never really got to. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Put it out.
Yeah.
I mean, smart, freaking talented. You work for a living, being a productive member of society.
Yeah.
So you can see where that lie ain't even answered. The lie you're telling me, you know, if you never gone with Athena with that truck, she would have never died. That's the lie, right? That's some of the lie. You paid by all accounts on your statement. The first night was that if you were scared, you know, that you were going to get away for vehicular assault and go to jail, so you panicked and took her in the truck. And then
These are all things that have been covered.
I know, I'm just saying, that's the lie, right? She died because she was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Essentially. Please have another cigarette.
And then it really slowed down. I'm not
Right, just let it set for a little bit. I'm not a cigarette smoker, tobacco smoker, so honestly, you know, I know you want to. Yeah, so if you're just getting, you know, a smoke essentially clear for a little bit, we'll get you up in bed. Again, I know that you're.
I bet that little girl's head breaks my fucking heart, dude. Like,
I'm personally, I'm glad to hear that, because if you do show some type of emotion, right? If you do have some type of remorse, that goes a long way, right? As opposed to just a cold-blooded killer monster.
if I was a cold-blooded killer, I would have been killing people for years. You know what I mean? Like, I have a conscience. I have feelings. I'm just a person.
It was a decision that was made at the, you know, you panicked.
It wasn't my decision. I wanted to let her go. There's other jobs out there. He didn't want to let her go. Now I haven't even heard from him in 2 days.
Zero. What are you doing your eyes like?
Can you do some research on something for me?
Sure.
Can you look up some of the potential negative psychoactive effects of potentially Prozac?
Let's talk about that real quick. What medications are you on? I know you told me that first night.
Yeah, I'm on Prozac, Strattera, and...
Hang on. Strattera?
Yeah.
Spell that. It's alright. Prozac, Strattera, what else?
And Ritalin for times when I can't sleep. I literally only take that one.
And
Ritalin, yeah.
Ritalin.
Also known as Rosatine.
Who's your doctor?
Foreign dude that works at NHMR in Square.
Do you remember his name?
Again, Foreign, I have no idea how to
Penn Square?
Yeah, Penn
Where's
Square.
Penn Square?
It's a NHMR playing forward.
You mentioned my name before. Can you write that down? Penn Square. You mentioned my clinic forward.
But we do the same thing.
What's that? At the same time?
Yeah.
That's an average amount of office, maybe. About the same time, so gets tired sometimes.
I do that because as a drummer, you can see scars from years and years of playing drums where I just like busted my fingers on freaking snare drum.
Do you see any of the doctors?
For him, it's weird because when I started getting back on the medication, about 7, 8 months ago, I'm guessing, like what ended up happening was I was going through like a suicidal episode, right? And you know, instead of leaving my son here without his father, what I wanted to do was get right.
Get some help.
So initially I went to Norwood to, you know, because that's why I originally got put on my medication, all that stuff. And they said they had this outpatient thing called iCare. So I went through them, and you know they helped me get back on my meds and all that stuff.
So let me go back a little bit. Do you care if I get to know you a little bit better? Just real quick.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, but let's just literally start and I'm not interrupt you. I'm gonna let you do your thing. I just want to know, Tanner, where did you grow up? Where were you born? What did you do? Where did you go to high school? All that stuff. Tell me what you're about.
I'm pretty much very straightforward. My dad's a fucking crackhead. Like, if you type in Horner, fucking, pardon my French, if you type in Horner, it's like Tarrant County, my dad's name and my brother's names come up a lot.
Okay.
You know, I try to disassociate from them because...
What's your dad's name?
Terry
Horner.
Senior. My oldest brother, his name is Terry Horner as well.
Okay.
He's junior.
So born and raised in Fort Worth.
Yeah.
Where'd you go to school?
Multiple places.
Okay.
Multiple places for elementary.
What elementary around Fort Worth, around Bartlett, anywhere?
Yeah, like Fort Worth.
Okay. So multiple places in Fort Worth. You don't really remember the names. When's the last elementary you were in that?
West Elementary was Eagle Heights.
Okay, into the forest.
No, that's technically, I think, Eagle School
That's
District.
a school district, okay.
Yeah.
And then where'd you go to high school?
High school, I was Hazel. The years before that, I was just kind of moving around a lot, you know what I mean? Because my mom is an heroin addict, so most of my life I was actually raised by my grandparents. Well, my grandmother and my step-grandfather, which I consider him more my grandfather than anybody, because he's the man who raised me.
Okay, what's his name?
Bill Hardison.
Hardison?
Yes, sir.
Where does he live?
Veterans Memorial Cemetery.
Okay, so he's since passed on, sorry, he lost.
He passed a few years ago.
Okay. So he pretty much raised you. What was your childhood like? Was it good? Was it bad? Was it rocky? Like,
I didn't realize how bad it was when I was younger.
okay.
Because, you know, like, I didn't realize, hey, why is my mom always gone? You know what I mean? Why is my dad never around? Like, for a big portion of my childhood, my dad was in prison. And my mom in and out of jail constantly. Like, when my mom and my grandmother see me, I actually worked on this clever line. So thanks to that phone, and my mom's on, she would be like, oh, wow, the tables got turned. You know, the little nod to, yeah, seeing her in jail most of my life.
Yeah.
So my grandparents raised me, and you know, I'm glad they did, because I wouldn't be the kind of person that literally buys fucking homeless people food. You know what I mean? Like, there's been several points.
They taught you right from wrong, they make you the person you were growing up. Probably it's just a work ethic.
The work ethic that came later.
Okay.
But yeah, the work ethic I didn't really get until I was a father. Like, 'cause I was always thinking out of jobs. You know what I mean? Like, my 20s were interesting. I got to live my 20s to the fullest.
Yeah. Tell me about that. What do you mean by that?
Bands. Play show after show after show. It was great.
Yeah. Good times.
Yeah, like especially Sacred Sound, the Christian company that I was in. It was that time when I met this girl, Nicole. Oh my God. Bunch of crazy.
Yeah.
Bunch of crazy. That one stressed me out so bad.
What's the girl's last name?
Baka, which
Means cow?
no. Funny story. So I ended up watching everything, right? You know, like One Piece, Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, all that bullshit. And, you know, sometimes if I have to call up with the English, I will watch the subs, right? And that's when I learned that baka in Japanese means stupid. So,
Okay.
I know. So, I definitely never told her that, but, you know, I thought it was funny because she's dumb as a brick. You know, she actually, would say the sound that pretty much knew me towards, like, hey, it's her, the band, right? And I chose her like an idiot. She ended up, I'm not racist, I swear to God, she ended up cheating on me with 2 different black guys. So, which eventually ended up telling me later on what was really going on. And actually, y'all can send this in the forward. So she, one of the guys that she cheated on me with, right, she put rape charges against him, right? I ended up meeting up with a guy called doing Uber one time. He ended up showing me the messages. She had been cheating on me with him for like 2 months. What he's saying happened was one time when they were messing around on me, right? He came here, and there's no way she'd be able to pull that off as my kid, because clearly about as white as glue. Yeah, that's, you know, that's when I went through my first like suicidal depression and all that stuff.
What year was that? You remember?
It was like 4 or 5 years ago or something. Okay, pretty recent. Yeah, that was the first time I was in the
So that's really the first time you had any type of issue over a girl. Essentially, you were right? Was that a conclusion or what words in your mouth?
I mean, yeah, 3.5 years, like, down the drain like that, so yeah, that's,
You love her?
yeah.
Okay.
You know, ironically now, supposedly she's a lesbian. I don't remember that.
Yeah. So that's kind of your first, obviously, rough upbringing a little bit with your parents, but for the most part, your grandparents kind of filled in that void.
I mean, I was like 20s when that happened.
Okay. And then, so after that, what are you doing there? You're Uber driving, where are you working?
Yeah, I'm doing Uber at that point until I was my 12, which, you know, she ended up telling the finance company that I was only on liability. So, yeah, that got my car taken away. So I was there for a bit. I was doing pretty good. Like,
Where were you at? Where were you living at then?
my grandparents.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like how Cassie that I moved out. But with that, I was like 300 pounds when Nicole broke up with me, right?
Just, you started eating, kind of depressed, kind of doing that thing, or what?
I got stagnant, I got careless. So I got up to like 320 pounds, right? So after the breakup, now I go, I get put on medication, all this other stuff, and I'm just like, hey, I'm gonna get myself in a natural routine. So I wake up every morning, and I put myself on a keto diet, which holy shit works. So I would eat 4 sausage patties, 4 eggs when I wake up in the morning. I wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, go out in the Uber until like about 5, 6 in the afternoon. Then I go to the gym, run for listen to an entire like music album, and I run the entire time. That was my routine for like 3 months. I got down to like I got down to like 215. Keto literally sheds off your fucking body fat. It's insane.
Yeah.
So I'm doing good, you know. Ended up actually going out socializing a lot more because, you know, I've always been an introvert, you know, all that stuff. I'd rather sit at home, like, watch anime, play my guitar, do all that crap, right? But something told me, you know, I actually need to go out and be social. So on Friday nights and Saturday nights, what I would do is I would go out to the bar, and that's where I met, you know, some friends, you know. Karen and Stacy. Stacy's actually a dude. I think his actual name was Randy or some shit, but, you know, he likes to go by Stacy for some reason. So I remember his last name. No. Funny thing is, he's like one of my best friends. You know, like, the last name things never come up because it's like, it's Stacy. So you're not even anywhere? Tarrant County, which is sadly shut down now. Shut down. I remember that. Over here. Yeah, it was a fun place, you know. Yeah.
So you met them all there. Is that kind of like a routine or not a routine?
Yeah, we had a routine there for a long time. And
Tell me about that. What would you do?
we just go hang out at the bar. Like, we pretty much ran that shit, you know what I mean? Like, we were the regulars, you know what I mean? So we all just hang out, do our thing, you know, and that's when, you know, I lost my car and all that shit. So I ended up needing work, so I started working with my cousin Bert and my dad. Yeah, that's
What's his last name?
Rodriguez. I know, it sounds strange, right? Because I'm like, shit, yeah, his name's Bert Rodriguez. But I work for him, and, you know, me and my dad work for him. We do AC work,
Okay.
which, you know, it's fun, but, you know, it's hot work in the fucking summer. Like, we were installers, you know what I mean? We take out units from the attic.
Oh yeah, I know that's hard work. I've seen it. I got some buddies that own a company that do that, and they're constantly just sweating their butts off.
Yeah, this one time, fucking unit fell out of the ceiling, right? I caught it. Okay, those things were like 200 pounds. I decided to raise my knees, and I caught that shit. I was like, oh god, hurt my knee like a motherfucker, more than my back. But that's because I actually braced correctly before doing it. But, so after that, I started going more to guitars and Cadillacs because that's where my cousin wanted to go instead. Because it was just like, oh, fuck electric cowboy. And there was no chicks there, blah blah blah, that whole thing, you know. And he was just getting over a separation, which, you know, not that always sucks, you know. So he starts going through like a midlife crisis, you know. He gets a freaking dirt bike, not dirt bike, but he gets a motorcycle and Yamaha. Yeah. You know, like he's in his early 40s at this point. You know, and he's sitting there like his 20-something.
Kind of cool. Midlife, you were kind of cool.
Yeah, so definitely did like crisis, but, you know, I helped him through that because, you know, he's my cousin, I love the shit out of him. But,
So where's Bert? Is he really active too?
he did go to Hazel. It's actually a funny story on that. So with that separation we went through, he wanted a percentage of the house, and his girl wanted a flat amount of, like, I don't remember what the amount was, you know, but it was a flat amount. And then fast forward through time, and housing goes up. And that means his percentage, his money went up. But hers stayed the same because she wanted a flat amount. So, yeah, he came out on top on that one. Like, when they finally were just like, hey, let's go ahead and finish this up, you know, like, COVID put everything back a lot. So he ended up getting us a huge like huge payout because they had to sell the house, you know what I mean? Like, there was no way around it. So I don't know where he is now.
Oh, so you hadn't seen him since he essentially got some money and forgot about his family and friends kind of deal or what?
No, I think he's having a house built, I just don't know where. Probably like Joshua or something.
Okay,
So,
Johnson County area.
is that back home?
Yeah, that's Cleveland, Johnson County.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, so I don't know where he's at. And as for my dad, last time I heard him, he was telling me, hey, I'm homeless, can I have a place to stay? I'm sitting here living with my mom and my grandmother, like, I can't help you out. But, yeah, during that time, I'm going to guitars and Cadillacs. That's when I meet Cassie. And we just hit it off really well. Like, really well.
Yeah. Tell me about that. How we got in common.
Well, we're both dorky as shit. Like, personality-wise, we're super dorks. But Cassie, I met her and it just kind of clicked, which is really weird because her mom was trying to hit on me and her mom's like,
So she threw him on the bar?
yeah,
Okay.
she really wanted in the car and her mom was interested in me. I literally was not.
Yeah.
She's like, hey, your daughter's a lot cuter, man. Like, you're like 50.
Yeah, I did it. Yeah.
So,
You got to shake numbers? What's going on?
actually, I didn't talk to her for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, she legit thought I was gay because I ghosted her like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had a bad problem with like ghosting girls because like I wasn't using that like we're flirting, like all this other shit, you know, like sometimes we'd sleep, all that shit. But then like afterwards I'm just like shit, I don't know where to go from here. So, you know.
Yeah. So tell me about that. How long you got 1 year to start dating?
We started, okay, our anniversary was on October 26th.
2000.
And my third anniversary was recently.
So we're talking 2019 on it.
Yeah, like right before the pandemic.
Okay.
You know, and she had lost her daughter at one point. Like her mom's always been a bit kind of abusive towards her ever since, you know, her parents split up.
Yeah. So you meet Cassie. What's her last name? Cassie, what's her last name?
Wait.
Yeah. I couldn't remember. So y'all meet around 2019, and is it immediate yard dating or exclusive or?
Well, it was like our friend Jackie helped us with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, which Jackie always had a thing for Cassie's brother, but,
Who's Jackie? Jackie, what's her last name?
I have no fucking clue.
Just kind of an acquaintance or whatever, friend.
Acquaintance, actually the first night I met her, yeah, that was the thing.
You can talk with Jackie or what?
Yeah, okay. No, I actually, before I met Cassie, as I said, like, I would ghost girls, but I definitely made a habit of being a little bit of a young man. Like, this
Yeah, I was
guy's
gonna say, you sound like a little bit of a player out there,
I
right?
used to be.
Yeah.
But, you know, I started realizing getting older, I need to kind of
Settle down.
Yeah, settle down, essentially.
Okay, so tell me about you and Cassie's relationship.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's really great, man. Like, she ended up, after a couple months, moving in with me at my grandmother's house because, like I said, her mom's slightly abusive. So she ended up moving over with me, and, you know, we ended up getting jobs, all that stuff, but then, you know, Cassie lost her daughter. I don't remember what daughter was or what happened, but she ended up getting those, you know.
You don't remember what she worked at?
No.
Okay.
She's had several jobs. She ended up getting like those stimulus checks in, right? So after a little bit of getting those stimulus checks in, we're just like, hey, let's go get an apartment. I'm buying a car for my friend Chris, and, you know, we can get an apartment out in Arlington. It's the same apartment complex as our friend Jay, so, you know, we at least know some people out there. So we're out there for quite a bit, just living our lives. I don't think I can get a job at Papa John's, which I actually used to have that job at Papa John's a couple years prior when I was with Nicole.
Okay.
But it was the Papa John's out in Pantego.
Pantego, okay. What did you do for Papa John's? Did you work the front or did you do everything?
Delivery.
Okay.
I was the number one delivery boy.
Yeah.
Though, I will say this, UTA was in our delivery zone, right? And I hated it when I delivered there because, and I'm not mad because I realize it's a cultural thing, but people from India think tipping is disrespectful. But when you're a pizza delivery driver, you're basically living off tips.
Yeah.
They don't tip at all.
So that was probably a lot of Indian folks in that area, I guess is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I mean, they're going to like TCU, you know, they put them on and all that. So we ended up getting out of that apartment. We ended up moving in where her mom and her were staying previously.
Which was where?
Denver. Yeah.
Okay.
Right off of, what's it called? 377.
Okay.
So we ended up living around there, and it's going relatively well. After a few months, JC's boyfriend gets out of jail. That's Cassie's cousin. We were living with JC at the time.
What's his name?
Levi Henderson.
What was he in jail for?
He's a piece of shit. He's an absolute drug addict piece of shit. Like I'm not someone to call someone a piece of shit, but this dude was. If I would have known what he was in trouble for, we would have been able to get him gone sooner. But JC wanted him around, and me and Cassie did not, because at this time, we're finding out, oh shit, Cassie's 3 months pregnant. So we're just like,
Which one are you in trouble for?
I don't know the exact details, but we lived pretty close to a school, and he was not supposed to be that close to a school. Supposedly. So
you alluding to the fact that there's maybe some type of sexual assault on a child or something?
that's what I'm guessing. I did not like the guy. I did not like the guy being around. So after a couple days, I'm just like, hey, JC, like, why is he still around? And
Yeah.
it was this entire deal. Like, I tried to get him out. Like, I tried forcibly removing him from the property because I didn't want him there.
So you had physical altercations with each other?
I wouldn't say physical altercations. Like, we were to a point where he straight up called JC a cunt, and I lost my shit on him. Because, you know, JC is Cassie's cousin, so that means she's basically family to me. Just sitting there calling her a stupid cunt bitch. Like, no, like, you respect what you fuck. So, that's the only time I ever, like, went off on him. But that's, anyways, I digress. I tried to remove him from the house, and then JC called police, and it's just like, well, you can't do anything because she lives here, and she's letting him come here. So, we really can't do anything to remove him. If we would have known that he can't be that close to school, we would have been able to get rid of him. Gosh, we would have done that because this friend of his came around and like busted out my windshield. Like there's police reports about this and everything. Yeah, like 3-4. I've been working. Yeah. Okay. He like busted out my windshield, busted my right window, busted JC's windshield. Like it was.
He came and really tore y'all stuff up.
Yeah.
What was the reason? Because he was mad at you?
Yeah, he's mad at Levi.
Okay. You know why?
That's when we started to figure out, like, hey, something's not right about this dude other than the fact that he's on drugs. He started sitting there calling him a pedophile, and I'm just sitting here like, what? Like, so I'm not liking it.
Yeah.
So, after this all happens, a police report was filed again, and, you know, they actually caught the dude busting our windshields and all that stuff on ring camera. So, they get him out, finally. But then the landlord like sees everything that's happened and
Tired of the drama on his place?
yeah, exactly. So me and Cassie have to find an apartment. So we find an apartment out on River? Yeah, River over by I'm trying to remember. It's over by like the Sam's Club on the border, all that stuff.
You really live in the complex? Just trying to see where it's at.
Well, they changed the name of it.
Yeah.
Like they got bought out by another company. Like we were doing the Texas Red Relief thing, and like by the time the Texas Red Relief check came in, they changed companies. Like you know they got bought out and all that stuff, so they had to send another check, but then it all happened too late, so we got evicted.
Yeah.
So when we got evicted from there, our son was born. Like he was already born at this point. He's a couple months old.
What year was that?
It was
2021?
Yeah.
You said 1, right?
Yeah.
So we're in 15%.
February 2nd at 6:14.
Okay. Yeah. What year?
I didn't do February, I did July.
July?
Yes, sir.
July 2nd, 2021.
Yeah, he was born at 6:14, at 6 pounds, 14 ounces. I will never forget that.
What would you name him? What's his full name?
Chester Constantine Warner. The Chester comes from Chester Bennington, the deceased singer of Linkin Park.
Okay. And then what about the one?
The Thomas comes from her brother. The Lynn comes from both her grandfather and you. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's what he's got some meaning behind his,
Yeah.
got some soul behind his name, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
His Right, yeah. So, Cassie, bless her heart, like, the months leading up to, Chester getting born, we were both working at, what's it called? Named, how do I say house there? Yeah. It was off of 377.
Okay. What were you doing for them?
I was a dishwasher, she was a server, and, she was pregnant and a server, so she was making more money than me, and I was making like 15 an hour.
She's probably making a lot of money, she's pregnant. Things like I see somebody who's pregnant, I'm only gonna tip extra.
That's such a guilt trip, but at the same time, it's just like, shit, she needs that help.
Yeah, absolutely.
But bless her heart, man, up until the week she was giving birth, she was working doubles. Man, I don't know how the hell she was doing it, man.
That's great in character.
I know it.
Yeah.
That girl played it.
Yeah, that just shows her, her character. So,
But after her son was born, postpartum had really bad.
where was she? What hospital?
Hughley, I think it's Burleson or Crowley, but it's like right off of 35.
Yeah, I think that corridor.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then, you said postpartum hit?
And postpartum hit, she got really, depressed, all that, which,
What else in that then?
But we were still at the apartment at that time for a few months, and then, after a while, we moved over to her grandparents' house when we got evicted from there, which...
Her grandparents' house?
Yeah.
Remind me of her grandparents. You mentioned their names earlier.
No, I didn't mention her grandparents.
So you mentioned your grandparents' names. Sorry, what's her grandparents' names?
Lynn and Patsy.
Lynn and Patsy.
Yeah.
And where they live?
Burleson.
And it's Wade also?
Yeah.
No, what's that other name?
Wade is on her dad's side.
Okay.
This is her mom's side.
You remember the last name? It's alright, you got something in here.
Bowringer. Oh, it's French. It's pronounced Bowringer, but like,
Yeah. So y'all were being with her grandparents at that point, I guess, to get Chester somewhere to be, or...
yeah, like, we needed a good environment for him. Originally we were staying on this little like shed. We kept it nice, and it was kind of tough for a bit until Cassie's postpartum came back a bit, and we ended up moving into the house itself. Which at the time I was working for Amazon as a pretty much the same thing I was doing for FedEx. You know what I mean? Just delivering all that stuff.
That's when 2021 that you started working for Amazon at W2? FedEx?
Yeah,
Like a contract company or whatever, same thing?
yeah. Contract company is Southern Star Express. They're again, they let themselves go after. Actually, fun fact, I brought on drivers from there to go work with us at FedEx.
Just got you from the...
Well, technically, I brought on one person that was my friend Savannah, and then she brought on her boyfriend, and then ironically, like a month ago, someone that worked at Southern Star started working for the company that we work for, and I was like, oh, is Savannah very much? I was like, no, I just applied.
Yeah.
So it was like,
I brought everybody over.
pretty much, yeah, where they went on is they kept getting step vans, but in that one's, all right, step vans, we're making more money now, right? But that's like, they have the same work area, but they're getting bigger routes. So they're kind of screwing themselves over because they have all these people that are step van certified, all these step vans, but not enough routes.
Mm-hmm.
So I was showing up like driving 40 minutes to work every day, just for like the chance to be able to go around that day.
Yeah.
And, I have a 1-year-old.
So you're trying to make some money.
Yeah, exactly.
So you only get paid if you run a route?
Yeah.
There's no way you're gonna get paid?
Yeah.
You get paid by the hour, or you get paid by the route?
That one I get paid by the hour.
Okay.
Which, that's no way to live if you're trying to sit here and make a freaking home for your family.
Mm-hmm.
So, at the time, I was back on keto because when COVID hit, I stopped keto and all that, I gained weight. Then I ended up losing weight really fast, a little bit too fast. So, one morning I woke up, I stood up too fast, and I just lost consciousness because you're not supposed to lose 60 pounds in 3 months.
Oh, yeah, that's what I told you, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's not good. So I hit the ground really hard, hit the back of my head, and I ended up going into a seizure. And I ended up calling in that day and, tell them why. And just like, okay, we're going to be on a 3-month leave. Just like, wow, this isn't really changing much because I'm already showing up 40 minutes to work and not being able to work. So I ended up looking for jobs elsewhere. And since I got my step-in certification while I was there, I'm DOT certified. So I ended up going to FedEx from there.
Okay. Where'd you apply for FedEx at?
I think it was Indeed.
Okay. So essentially a third-party internet.
Yeah, third-party internet. Ended up working for these people,
When did you start there?
February.
February? Okay, so February this year?
Yeah.
Okay. And what routes did you have when you started them?
What else?
Yeah, or what area did you work for?
Hazel.
Okay.
Hazel, which, you know, was welcome for me because I know Hazel like the back of my hand, dude. Like, I went to Hazel High School. So, I would work from like Reno Road, hold up. I'd go down 7:30 a little bit, Reno Road, and then I'd work my way out till I got to the center of Springtown. And then I went out for a few months, and then I had kind of a mental breakdown, and that's when I kind of got put on my meds again.
What was the cause of the mental breakdown? What was the cause of you being depressed, upset, whatever?
Inadequacy. I wasn't able to provide for my family. Like, I couldn't get Cassie to do anything because she was in this really bad state of depression. Like, it was just all kind of building up over a few months while I was working at FedEx. And one day I only got like 5 deliveries done in an hour. You know, I couldn't find anything on the truck. I couldn't find where anything was. Like, I was stressing out over it. So I started getting really suicidal. And it just, from that point, it was getting really bad. I ended up having to leave work early and have Cassie go take me to Millwood, and that's when they told me about their, what's it called, their outpatient program.
Yeah. So essentially, observing you, medicating you, helping you kind of help with some of the stress that you got going on. Is that my understanding? Yeah. Outpatient treatment.
Yeah, and that's about the time. Hold up.
Are y'all okay?
It's about the time we started popping up.
Well, during that time, you remember what that was? So you started February, March, April, May, June, July. You started at, FedEx in February. So that's 6 months in.
Give me a second, I'm trying to think of timelines.
Do you remember when you went to Millwood?
So after about 3 months, I think.
So that if you started FedEx in February, that put you around April.
Yeah, about that. It's around that time.
Okay. So 8 month time frame is kind of when you first took it that one. How did that happen?
It just kind of, what do you mean?
Like, you said that's when you first started coming in? Or you first started seeing zero? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, not saying,
Or like hearing or?
it started off as like almost like a little devil on my shoulder kind of thing, you know what I mean? But then after a while, it just kind of turned into, I was switching back and forth sometimes. Like in times where I was stressed out, I would essentially switch, if that makes sense.
Do you think that was maybe more of a coping mechanism? Maybe some way to, overcome your stress and be more assertive and...
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah. Because, and again, I don't put words in your mouth, but, I know some folks that essentially, put up with so much bullshit and have so much stress going on, in order to cope or kind of do things different and not be, regular, nice, easygoing, laid back Tanner. They turn a kid up a notch so they can overcome and get through some of the hard times, Because it sounds like you were having a lot of coping to do. You were dealing with a lot. You got a 1-year-old at home. You got essentially a fiance. Is that problem? Fiance or girlfriend? Well, that's a fiance. If fiance at home that's not working and she's dealing with some postpartum stuff, and you're the sole provider, you buy all the accounts, don't have your own home.
And she'll keep spending more on my.
So every time you get a paycheck in, it's going right down the drain. Is it going to good stuff? Is it going to
Well, I mean,
chest or
some of it does, yes, and then other parts of it, not so much.
Okay. So then here we are sitting in April, you go to Millwood, you do the outpatient treatment. Tell me about where you go from there. You keep working, obviously.
Yeah, I keep working. They end up putting me as a floater, which I absolutely hate.
Yeah.
Like me having Asperger's syndrome, I like being routine. You know what I mean? Like I have a routine. Like I used to have a way I used to do my own route. I used to go, I was everybody hit the businesses first, and then I'd move west from that point. You know what I mean? And I always do it the same way every day. But now they're putting me on like different routes every day, like since while I was away for like a week, right? So they put someone else on my route, and then they became the main on that route. I would only get that route like once a day.
Yeah.
And Polaris at this time had, let me see, they had Paradise, Bridgeport, let me see what else. All of Springtown, Poolville, which, fun fact, I got chased down by a peacock in Poolville. Yeah.
I've seen those peacocks in Poolville, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I also delivered to that Venus colony that's apparently out there. That's
But I've never seen it.
yeah, no, don't even go there. No, like, dude, that answers the front is like 400 pounds, and like, new as hell, and like, I almost called the police right there, and like, first thing I did was just like, hey, Jason, this dude just answered this door, dude is fucking, he's like trying to shake my hand, she's just like, oh, wait, you're on that out, okay, yeah, no, that's a new colony, you're fine. Please don't put me on this ride. Yeah. Like, people being naked freaks me out, but.
So essentially, it messed up your routine.
Yeah.
It took you away from your comfort zone. It took you away from, you know, you like that control. I'm saying like I like things organized. I like my routine. I like to do things. When you mess up my routine, it kind of throws me into a little bit of a funk.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, you know, we're dealing with that. I tried getting them to put me on an Hazel route because, like, let's face it, I know Hazel like the back of my hand. Like, main city Hazel route, it has high volume, but it's mostly residential. The only place that was kind of a bitch to deliver to was Walmart. And that's because they wanted their stuff early in the morning, and then they give you twice the amount of stuff, so now you're gonna have to work around all that stuff. That wasn't a big deal for me because I still don't know how I'm running this route, you know? I did like 50 stops back in like 2 hours by doing all the residential shit.
You need the fastest routes to everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I know how to get it done so I can hurry up and get home, because since I wasn't getting paid by the hour, my goal is hurry up and get done.
So if you're getting paid by the route now.
Yeah, okay. FedEx getting paid by the hour.
Okay.
But they just keep putting me on these like stupid, like, okay, now you're on this route today, now you're on this route today, I never knew what to expect. And then that's when they ended up having to sell some of their routes to this new guy, Richard Davis. Y'all probably talked to him already.
Yeah, I had a person talk to him, but yeah, I think the guy that owns these trips, right? The guy that owns the routes you're currently.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Supervisor for that.
Well, he's the business owner.
Business owner, yeah.
But the reason they sold me over to him was because they were trying to push me out towards those routes. Which, you know, that irritates the piss out of me because I'm from Amazon, like, condensed routes, you know what I mean? Because, let's face it, like, I gained weight because they keep putting me on routes that I'm sitting most of the time versus running shit to the door. But it was disheartening that, you know, in my mind, I'm just like, I have a kid, I have to keep providing, I have to keep doing what I have to do. So, it was just kind of frustrating, I guess.
Okay, so how long was that go on? When did they sell over? When did you catch these new routes on this side? I don't remember when that was.
I don't know. I actually don't know.
A few months, not too terribly long.
Yeah.
So now you got these new routes, you got this new business. How are you doing at that time? What's your?
I had no clue.
No clue.
Everything just kind of
Yeah.
blends in.
So did that add to your stress a little bit on you casting officer?
Yeah, of course, because like we're having to change our locations again. Like it's bad.
Yeah. But you're still not around, you're still working. Is she working anywhere at this point?
No.
No, she's
I mean, she's using my Grubhub account to go get money every once in a while, but it's gone by the next day. At least providing money for her own dumb shit. Like, dude, she'll go to Grubhub to order Grubhub later.
Yeah.
Kind of what they're called, that's so dumb. But, sorry.
And Grubhub is just like delivery food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always have a backup plan work-wise. So, we're at my grandmother's for like a month, and then, you know, my grandmother's house in general is just not a clean place. Like, they have like several little bitty dogs running around all over the place, and it's just, there's shit everywhere. Like, it's not a good place for a boy that's about to start walking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we moved to the shed, and, you know, that shed is where I was during all my high school years because, you know, I'm a teenager, I like privacy, you know, I have a little brother, that whole thing. So we moved back to the shed, I cleaned the shit out of it, but then I started noticing spiders. And I'm not just talking about like, oh, it's a little house spider. No, like I saw like 3 brown recluses within a 10-minute period. And, you know, having a baby, that's
So no.
yeah, that's a big no-no.
Yeah.
So we really didn't have a choice in the matter, but we had to let Chester go with her family.
Okay. And did they want Chester?
Yeah, given the circumstance, like wolf spiders, like brown recluses in general, like I was bit by a brown recluse in the 4th grade. It was not fun. But from that, it was bad. Like, because now, like, I'm separated from my son. Like, Cassie's not doing anything to the house.
So this is into matter talking about current events.
Yeah, like last 3 or 4 months.
Okay, so then Chester goes to Cassie's family, and you're still living with your grandmother's. She's grandmother, and you're FedExing it. You're kind of just living off, right?
Yeah, and at this point, we're both just kind of developing a relationship with Zero at this point, because Cassie knows him pretty well at this point. What do you mean by that? To her, she's basically dating 2 people, and Cassie herself, she has multiple. But she gets that from her grandmother, her Raja.
So you're saying she has multiple personalities?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But I only have the one. She says I have 3, but I don't. I haven't seen evidence of the 3rd. So at this point, we're just kind of, it's getting bad. You know what I mean? Because like, I miss my son.
So you are
I miss my son.
a lot of altercations with each other, no arguments.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, but it's definitely a bit irritating. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when we were at your grandparents, we tried moving out twice. Right? There's a RV park out in Springtown, which the first time we tried to move out, we didn't realize that the people we were dealing with were psychotic. So that only lasted for like a week, and they were just like, yeah, let's get out of this RV and go back to your grandparents. Like 2 weeks later, the RV park manager, because this RV park was on my old route. So she was just like, hey, there's this guy who has an extra RV, and he's trying to rent out to people, right? So we get there, and we have about as much space in this room, and the air conditioner's not working, and then my car breaks down, so all the car we had at this point was Cassie's car. So fast forward a little bit, since we're only running on Cassie's car, I'm the one who's always going to work and then coming back home, so she's not doing grab up anymore because she doesn't like waking up in the morning.
Yeah.
So
you're not sharing that account, just to kind of money.
I don't want her to use it, but which I really need to talk to her about that, because that you have to file as a 1099 for that. But so I'm the only one working there for a bit, and then her car breaks down. Right, and her family's all blaming it on me, but honestly she could have been working in general. But for like a month, I'm sitting here, driving, like the freaking work trucks home.
Yeah, and then how do you do that, obviously?
Well, Richard's loud, honestly, because he's got a heart goal. He really does.
Yeah.
But he, after a while, I started noticing they were putting up signs, right? And it was for $18.50 an hour for package handlers. Cassie, I'm just like, hey, look at that. She's like, you know what? That's a lot of money. Yeah, I'll do that. So for the last month, she was, she actually works. She was driving with me up to the
Yeah, so it makes sense, right? They're both going to the same place.
Yeah.
She just packages you to deliver.
Yeah, pretty much. So after a few weeks of that, we go to a car dealership because, Richard's just like, all right, so what's the status on the car? So we get a car over at CMC, which, it only took like $1,000 down, and we got ourselves a car, a 2015 Chevy Sonic. Yeah,
That's all right.
yeah. Which is not a bad little car. Not a bad little car, just a little tiny. Yeah, at the same time, like.
Right, 4 wheels and to get you from point A to point B, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so you know, 2 cars, so essentially, hey, it is what it is, the car is just a means to get to where you need to go, right? It doesn't matter what it is.
And the entire time, like, all this is going on, it just starts,
What sounds like things are getting better, though.
yeah.
Essentially, when she's working now, got a car, sounds like you're kind of coping with each other's shortcomings on these, you know, personality issues, and everything's great, right? I mean, it sounds like it.
Yeah, it started to get a lot better.
Yeah.
And then the last like 4 months though, Zero becomes a little bit more prominent. He starts, like ever since, once I got 2 months before we moved out of her grandparents' house, he becomes a lot more prevalent, like he's...
Describe that to me, what do you mean by that?
Like he's coming out more, he's taking over a lot more, which at the time I really didn't mind because a lot of the times I'm just sitting here like bored as hell, like driving these long ass routes for like, sometimes it's like 15 minutes in between one stop and another, you know what I mean? It gets tedious. So I didn't mind him coming out a little bit more. Plus, like, dude is trained. Like, I listen to a lot of metal, all that stuff, like, his technique's different. I don't know how to describe it. But, so I'm starting to do a lot better. We're doing a lot better. I'm starting to understand a little bit more about this other me, essentially. Cassie's starting to understand a lot more.
You describe that as like you're there, you're present, but you're not present. You're such not
So
control.
there's different states, I could say. Like, say it's a car. So if I know I'm driving, it's just normal, you know what I mean? Sometimes I'm in the back seat, and that's when Zero's driving, and I'm just kind of on for the ride. Essentially, yeah. And then there's other times when I call it being in the trunk, where I have no idea what's going on, because there's been times where I wake up and I have no idea how I got there. Like this, for example, like this right here, I woke up like going through my grandmother's backyard, and I don't even know how the hell that got there. I don't know what happened. It just kind of, it's like I want to say blackout, but like sometimes I can like, you can recall, sometimes I can recall like later on, like when I'm like dreaming, stuff like that.
Yeah, so the thing that you can recall the majority of it. I mean, so that makes
So
sense.
that night I kind of had a nightmare. And I thought it was a nightmare until I found the pants in my backpack.
Okay.
I thought the entire thing was a nightmare.
Okay, so you saw it, you remember it, but then when you found the pants, you knew.
I thought it was just a bad dream.
Yeah.
Sorry, I haven't been able to wash my hands in days. I haven't even taken a shower in 4 days.
Well, when you stop doing silly stuff like that, it's, you know,
I don't remember doing that.
well, I mean, looking at
That's what I'm talking about. Like stuff will happen. I don't even remember how it happened. I woke up in a padded cell with that right there. I don't even know how he got anything to do that with.
Tell me a little bit about that. I remember, you know, where did you find the pants?
My backpack.
Okay.
Well, I don't even know what the hell happened.
Yeah.
Like, I found it in my backpack and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I thought I just had a really fucked up nightmare.
What was in your mind before that? Because I mean, obviously now we've gone through kind of that. Was the nightmare pretty similar to what we discussed, or was there any?
I was describing my nightmare.
Yeah.
Like I said, sometimes I recall it in like weird ways. I'll recall stuff in dreams. I'll recall stuff like just random flashbacks to the next day. It's almost like a PTSD kind of thing.
So have you recalled anything? Anything come back that you think maybe we missed that first night that we spoke?
Not that I can think of.
Yeah. Nothing that just sticks out to you. It's like, oh crap, I remember this, or telling this, nothing like that.
I've been trying to think of something.
Yeah.
But I can't think of anything.
Yeah.
Like I'm at a loss. I'm in trouble for something I don't even remember doing half the time. like I said, like nightmares and dreams.
Yeah, no, you recall a lot of it in great detail, and I understand some of it, you know, and obviously, you know, ultimately talking to Zero, he filled in most of the holes that Tanner wasn't able to fill in, right? Well, we kind of talked about that. I'm not discounting anything, right? I 100% believe you, what you told me that night, and the same is true to me, because of digital evidence, physical evidence, timelines, everything we're able to corroborate. That's my job. Now we're talking about the guy that's responsible for doing that. So then I'm responsible for essentially corroborating and filling those holes that you told me to make sure that we're not missing something. And I'll be honest with you, I was able to fill in every single one of those holes for the most part. And some of the holes, like that's that what that we keep talking about, that what that we keep bringing up, right? But then there's just some of that why comes into it, you know. And I know we touched a little bit about it, but you know, obviously if the child was sexually assaulted and you said no, you were pretty adamant about that.
I don't have any visions, memory, or any of that.
Yeah. You know, and obviously the other medical examiners, folks that will determine that. I'm not a doctor.
I'm not too worried. I'm pretty sure you didn't.
Yeah.
Like, I'm 98% sure. For sure.
98%.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm like halfway thinking about Sarah right now. That's why I'm just like, I'm just
98% sure that.
Yeah, because I haven't seen anything.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything in my dreams. I haven't seen anything like at all.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I trust you on that. I believe you, because I'm going to report back to whoever I was talking to, whether it was Zero or Tanner, that both of you guys are completely honest with me. Both, 100%. And I think that goes, I'm going to go ahead and credit that with that throughout your life, throughout the series of events in your life, there's a two-way road with you. You're going to give what's given to you. Am I wrong about that? If somebody disrespects you, you're more likely, it sounds like you disrespect them. If somebody...
I'm even to that point.
Yeah.
Like, I have a lot of patience with it.
Yeah.
But there's certain lines that when it's crossed, it's crossed. Like, for instance, my mother-in-law putting Cassie and my fucking son in danger, like, that's a line you don't cross.
Yeah. So I tend to believe, you know, if you're telling me you didn't sexually assault her, she wasn't sexually assaulted, I believe you. But I'm not the doctor, right? So the doctor comes and tells me that she's been sexually assaulted, then obviously I have to go with what the doctor says.
Yeah.
But you're 98% sure that's not going to happen. That's not going to be.
I'm sure that's not gonna happen.
Okay. I believe you. So that being said, as bits and pieces are coming back, that's one thing that you're sure on, you know, whether sexually assaulted, and obviously we went into some of the details of the way I think it was killed. You know, that was Tanner telling me that, because you remember that pretty vividly. You know, obviously.
I had nightmares about it for like 2 nights, man.
It's here, you've had nightmares?
No.
Oh, before that, after that. Yeah, so obviously that was pretty descriptive, you know, she faced away from you, you tried to break her neck first.
I wouldn't say anything. That was
Zero tried to break her neck, which is, I mean, in my statement, obviously, it's not another person's body, it's your body. You physically tried to break her neck, that didn't happen, facing away. Obviously, it's not like the movies, you know, I think that's a misconception, impressionism. Obviously, maybe there are some people that can do that, but.
yeah, maybe like my cousin.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Every time I say my cousin's there, I do that. It's just a joke that me and my cousin have.
Yeah, so ultimately you ended up strangling her, or your body ended up strangling her.
Zero strangling her.
So zero strangling her. Do you have any recollection, because I'm gonna shoot you straight, she's got some marks and things on her, you aware of how those marks could potentially go on her?
Like what?
Like some patterns, scratches, or anything like that?
I'm not, it depends, like, what you know, I might be able to.
I don't, again, this is something I don't physically know, I haven't physically seen them or visually seen them, but I've been asked that, so maybe you can feel it. It's like maybe like a pattern on her body, maybe. And I think that maybe just from the process of transporting her from, you know, the truck to essentially the Trinity River, maybe she got scratched on her somewhere, the Trinity River, or the creek.
If I was like, Trinity River, that's way far off.
Yeah. So we're the creek there, that we found her. So any ideas on that? What you might have got any scratches, or scarring, or anything like that?
I mean, we drug her across the road.
Yeah.
I threw her in the bamboo.
Okay. So you did, that's one thing I wanted to clarify a little bit. So she was in the bamboo at first?
She was in the bamboo.
At first?
Yes, sir.
And then what made you move her to the bamboo?
That's backseat, not in the backseat,
But that was same day, right? That wasn't a different day you came and got it at the Uber to agree.
essentially.
Yeah, same day, same time frame.
But when I came to, I was getting on 114, coming off of that little county road.
Okay. So essentially you went back, you had to go back, get her, put her back in the truck, and then take her to the creek.
As far as I know, I don't think that happened.
What do you mean?
I think it all happened in one go.
Okay, so
I got in the driver's seat, and that's when he took back over.
Okay. So essentially it was like, this is probably not a good spot, somebody's gonna find her pretty quick if it's, she's
I
left.
wanted somebody to find her. I wanted somebody to be able to find this poor little thing.
You went to the zero.
That's my guess.
Okay, so then that's how she ended up in the creek. That's how, and I can say she got, and we should give her the respect by calling her by her name, Athena. That's when Athena gets
Such a pretty name.
in the creek. So,
Goddess of beauty and mythology.
yeah, that's, and I thank you for filling in that light because I was a little confused on it. I guess I got confused on, because we went to the bamboo and she wasn't there.
So I tried to look at her.
It's okay. And then essentially, you know, once Athena's not there, but the bamboo, I'm a little perplexed because you and I were being pretty honest. But then that's when I had to talk to Zero. And then Zero essentially took me to the creek. So she's that. So zigzag, or any type of pattern, any type of scratch, anything like that on her would more than likely be from you dragging her on the road or something in the truck, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Even when the truck floor does have kind of a rugged
Texture?
Yeah.
Okay. And in the FedEx truck? Okay. So you don't think you're trying to, in your dreams or in your mind when you're recollecting some of this stuff, you don't think
I
that
haven't seen anything.
nothing as far as like trying to smother or anything like that, just strangling her?
Sir.
That was it?
Sir.
Okay. And strangling Athena, I'm sorry. Again, I just want to show her respect. You know, I call her by her name and not minimizing who she is.
It's a person.
Yeah, it's a person.
That's a child.
Yeah. So, and it is a child. So, and at that point, explain to me a little bit about the clothes. What do you think is the rationale behind taking the clothes? I know it was this. Essentially, it was a humiliation factor for Zero, is what I understood, to humiliate her. Is that
It might have been like throw off trails, some kind of thing. I don't know.
okay? Essentially, put the clothes somewhere else, and then it's kind of like the story about the green band, right? So to throw us off. So if we find clothes somewhere, then it kind of throws us off. Is that your train of thought? Maybe is that what the thought was?
That's my theory on it.
Yeah.
I don't know 100%. I haven't talked to Zero in a couple days. So.
Okay. It makes sense, right? I mean, to me, it makes sense. Obviously, you did tell us that the green band was to throw us off, right? So essentially, seeing someone now with clothes, it only makes sense that if you take the clothes.
When the first that I talked to the people from the FBI when they saw me when I was dropping off some packages at someone's house, I was in the backseat for that.
Mm-hmm.
When we realized who that was, Zero took over on that.
Okay. So threw them off. Yeah.
I think he had access, like, we share the same mind.
Mm-hmm.
He has access to our memories.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad used to have an old Astro band, and I think that's where he got that from.
Okay. Just a repressed memory, essentially, so to speak.
And he had the missing panel off the.
Yeah. And that was very descriptive, so obviously that's something that was, stuck out to me. It was very descriptive of the way the managed to go. But it only makes sense. So do you remember what article? Obviously you found pants in your backpack at your house, right? Do you remember where any of the other articles of clothing went? I know we talked about salt that maybe was thrown out on the side of the road.
I can't think of anything else as far as that goes.
Can't think of anything.
No, sir.
Was she completely nude when she was thrown into the creek?
I believe so.
Okay. So she had no more clothing on her person?
No, sir.
Okay. But you don't remember particularly any other signs of injuries, anything that you can remember or recall in your mind, in your memories of any other injuries that she had on her?
Not that I can think of.
Yeah. So, we recall a little bit, and I want to talk a little bit about that because I don't want to minimize the actual act. It's like, obviously, get her in the truck and find that dead end road, which we drew up here, right? Let's get to the dead end road and kind of instruct her to face away from you, and then try to strangle her, and then she did defecate and urinate on herself, right? So, yeah, you recall that. Is that maybe the reason some of the clothes came off? She had defecated, or is it just straight to humiliate her? You think, is that zeros?
Reword that?
So you think maybe the clothes came off because she defecated on herself, or because it was just to humiliate her?
I don't remember there being any defecation on the
Oh,
clothes.
okay, I think Zero stated, or a memory that you recalled, was that she had potentially got a bowel movement.
I remember part of what I threw up. Part of what I cleaned up was throw up.
Okay.
The other part was poop.
Poop?
Poop.
So that's defecated. Essentially, she was it her poop?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the throw up was yours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So essentially, once, you think maybe she was, obviously she was, the clothes were taken off in the truck, and then some of it was put in your backpack, but you don't remember all the other stuff in it. Sure, so that, okay. But just looking at it, it only makes sense. I think you're on the right track there. Maybe to throw us off, throw law enforcement off.
Yeah, that's my theory on it.
Yeah. So obviously early on, your grandmother kind of, was it already in your radar? Obviously, it's all over the news. You kind of seen it.
My grandmother sent me a message about it, like, dude, this is not where you're working. Like, you know anything? I was just like, I don't really know anything. Like,
Yeah. And you didn't talk to anybody about it?
no, sir.
No. You didn't mention it to anybody, you didn't tell anybody what you did, nothing like
No, sir.
that? No, it was just you and Zero, nobody else had a clue about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do you do at that point when you find out? This is kind of like an oh shit moment, right? Like, this is real. What's your train of thought, what's your direction?
I think I was in denial.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of it was denial because, like, I would never have it in my heart to do that.
Did you think about calling law enforcement at that point? Did you think about doing anything like that?
I thought about it. I didn't know what to do.
Yeah. When you thought about it, what did you think about doing? What was your thoughts? I mean, you had events and things going through your head, right? Because we're human, right? We're human, we're natural. You're gonna have a human emotion as a parent, as a son. You're gonna have some type of emotion or some type of thought. What do I do next?
I didn't know what to do next. I just tried living my life.
Yeah. Just pretend it didn't happen, and right? And that's human.
I didn't like the motion you just made, but
Yeah. I'm sorry. I apologize if I offended you. Yeah. So essentially, human nature, right? Human nature to me is like sometimes I'll screw up on something. It's like, crap, I'm gonna forget that it happened because I'm upset with myself. Right?
essentially.
Yeah. I did something wrong. If I can move past it, then it didn't happen.
Not even that. I didn't do it, but he did, and that's what fucks with me.
Yeah.
I'm wondering who the hell's been in my head this whole time, because for a long time we've been cool, we've been tight. Like, me, him, and Cassie have all had conversations.
That's when Cassie is?
No. It'd break her heart. It would terrify her.
So essentially, you're more or less in denial at that point, I would say.
Still, part of me is in denial because I didn't pull the trigger.
What do you mean by that?
I didn't pull the trigger.
As far as let somebody know what happened?
Doing it.
You feel like Zero pulled the trigger?
I feel like, yeah.
Okay.
I tried to disarm the gun.
Okay.
I tried to stop all of this from happening.
I guess the whole motivating factor, and again, going back to that why, is, hey, we bumped this little girl with the truck, and I'm gonna lose my job, potentially lose my freedom, potentially.
I wasn't worried about the losing freedom part because honestly, that's an honest accident. You know what I mean? Like, all it would take is going up there and just talking to the parent. And you're like, hey, I accidentally bumped your daughter. Like, there's more jobs out there. You know what I mean? Like, it's not hard to find a job. I mean, shit. Like,
But that was Tanner that bumped Athena. That was Tanner that put Athena in the van.
no. I set her on the back of the van, trying to calm her down,
Mm-hmm.
but she wasn't calming down. Zero kind of took over.
Yeah. So when Zero took over, do you remember that, or can you see that? Did he put his hand over her mouth? Did he physically restrain her and put her in the van? How did that go down?
He told her, just get in the back of the van. We're going to go to the hospital.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then she goes into the back door, right? Okay. And then of course we walked through this map. You kind of remember drawing that, didn't you? just kind of where we went on that day, leaving the house and then coming back out, going around and finding that dead end road. And that's obviously where she was killed on that dead end road. And private road, I'm sorry. So after that private road, after she's killed on that private road, you go back out, you go up that main road to the bamboo. Where the bamboo was at, what was it?
Around 123, they cross over 4680, 4699.
Cross over 51.
Yeah, over 51, 4699, and back into Boyd and back to the creek, where essentially, her body was left. And then after that, you go to the Love's convenience store, and then you ask them for cleaning material, which we obviously corroborate that. What kind of cleaning material did they give you? Do you remember what kind of spray they gave you?
Just some sanitizing spray, I'm guessing. It said sanitizer on it.
Okay, so just some generic spray. Paper towels, the brown paper towels, white paper towels, something like that. And then you kind of clean the poop and the vomit out of the truck, right? And that was approximately, according to my time. Do you remember what time it was? I think our time, I think we have a time set there, was around 7. That's a little after 7 when you were there at that was. So, and honestly, this is a time span, we believe, approximately from about 5:45 to 7. So it wasn't an extended amount, period of time, It wasn't a long, drawn out thing. It happened pretty quick. Do you recall at all any times in your head, or do you remember seeing a clock or anything like that? I know there was a little bit of a confliction there on the phone. Was the phone completely turned off, or did it legitimately die throughout the thing?
I'm guessing that he turned it off. I don't know if it just died or if he turned it off. I only noticed when I plugged it in, it had really low battery.
Okay. So it was off at some point within that time frame, and then it was plugged back in and came back on when you had it. Is there anything else you recall that kind of sticks out to you?
I can think of.
Yeah. And obviously, Investigator Oliver has been, kind of let us chat about it. I know he's probably sitting over here thinking of 1,000 things he wants to ask you. Is there anything in particular? I know we covered a lot of things, so you may not have anything you want to ask, but.
Not right now. I knew there was some stuff that you kind of crossed over some of these things and crossed them off my list for me. You said that one of the things that got me is that so you're in the backseat sometimes, you're in the trunk sometimes, talk about zero and everything like that. And Cassie said you have 3 personalities.
And she says I have 3, but I've never personally seen any evidence of the third one.
She give a name to the third personality?
Not that I know of.
Did she give any particulars on the third personality? Nice, mean? Any descriptions?
Not really. There's been times where she'll just say, like, you may have a third person up there, right? And I'm just like, no, I don't. Because I figured of all people I would know. You know what I mean? Like, it's my brain. I figured if I knew there was someone else in there, I would know.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned earlier, too, I guess you're aware of the FedEx cameras, that there's FedEx in that FedEx. Cameras in that FedEx truck.
Yeah.
Okay, and you know how they operate.
Yeah, they operate on, if you make any, they record if it's like you're speeding or if like you may take a turn too tight, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah. And because you made the comment earlier that we'd be able to see it on the cameras anyways.
Yeah.
I guess you're aware that, those cameras can be accessed without any type of, impact or anything like that.
That I didn't know.
Okay.
Dan, do you think Zero told anybody about this? Because you said you did. You think Zero told anybody?
I don't believe it did.
You don't believe it though?
Is that tattoo on your forearm? I mean,
No, tell me about that. That's actually how we came up with the name for so this is a Christian metal band named Underoath, and the O in Underoath is, the O with the line through it.
mm-hmm. So that's a Christian rock band?
Yeah, Christian metal band.
Christian rock band,
Yeah.
excuse me.
So, like, when we were trying to think of a name for that, other personality of mine, I just kind of looked at mine and was just like, Zero. And that's how I just came up with it.
Okay. So essentially that was something you and Cassie came up with.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's the first thing I saw. So
Are they pretty new band? I mean, is it?
Oh, no, technically, okay, so the first EP came out like 99.
Okay.
Their second EP came out like 2002, and then their first full-length album was 2003, and then 2004. Between 2003 and 2004, they switched vocalists because he's going through a lot of like mental problems at the time. He fell asleep at the wheel, and his girlfriend died. It was a big thing, but yeah, they've been around for a long
Yeah, I'm
time.
gonna have to look them up. I'm gonna have to listen to some of it.
Well, So some of their earlier stuff is more like death metal kind of sounding stuff, but you know, they're trying to bring that whole positive spin to an otherwise really negative scene, which I love the crap out of. And then after their first 3 EPs, they went more towards the like emo direction, where there's a lot of singing and screaming like mixed together pretty well. You know what I mean? Then they went more towards the metalcore, which is still singing and screaming together, but less on the emotional side. Even though he does talk a lot about like mental health problems and all that stuff. And then they got experimental for 2 albums. On the second of those 2 albums, the drummer left, who was also the clean vocalist, the singer. Then they made one more album with the drummer from this other Christian band called Origin. Then they split up for a long time. They got back together a few years ago as more of like a heavy rock group. Like, almost like, I don't know how to describe it, but it's definitely a lot more singing. But when they got back together, they weren't Christian anymore, sadly, but, you know, it's their band, their choice. They can do what they want.
Yep, so that kind of explains the name a little bit. It clarifies something for me as far as the name goes.
Sorry, I went on a tangent about that. I like info dumping.
I'm not telling you I want to know Tanner, right? I want to know that that's important to me. So the tangent, I'm good with. I don't need you on a tangent, explain things to me that way I can fully understand you, right?
Like my all-time 3 favorites are like Under Oath, Linkin Park, and recently Dance Gavin Dance, which weird name for a band, I know, but the singer, his voice is just phenomenal.
Yeah, Dance Gavin Dance.
I know, right? Like, that is a weird ass name, I know.
You know what, I got this on the tip of my tongue before I forget. You know, we talked the other day a little bit about, you know, you spoke to Athena. You kind of remember that, you recalled that when I was talking.
Bits and pieces. Like when we were talking to Athena, me and Zero were also arguing.
Over what to do next.
Yeah, like I was trying to be like, dude, just put her back and forget the whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But yeah, he seemed adamant.
So you obviously asked her name.
Yeah, he seemed a little bit different than normal too. Like, cause normally, like, he's the cool guy. You know what I mean? Like, he's almost like everything I wanted to be. He's like super suave, super like, you know what I mean?
Confident.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but he was a little bit more manic than normal, I guess. It was kind of weird.
It was a panic mode situation, right?
Yeah.
Are we gonna get in trouble kind of deal? Do you remember, and this is more for do you remember any of the conversation with Athena? I know you asked her name and she told you her name was Athena. I know that you told her you were going to go to essentially give her help, hospital or whatever. And I know she asked for her dad several times. Do you remember any other conversation with her? Anything else she might have said or anything like that?
I remember the point where me and Zero were getting verbal, like outward verbal versus inside the head verbal. And she was kind of like freaking out over it.
Well, how was she freaking out?
Like, she was just kind of looking at us like, why is this dude talking to himself? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know how to describe it.
Do you remember Athena saying anything during that timeline?
No, she just kind of looked like, what the hell?
She rightfully so, she was terrified, right?
Yeah, if I saw someone talking, like having a conversation, arguing with themselves, like, I'd be freaking out too.
Yeah. So, again, there's some things that are, you know, obviously she asked for her dad, and she was scared, but she did ask her to stop, right? I mean, I asked Zero to stop, not to do it. Did she say anything like that?
I don't think she knew.
Yeah.
I think she was just more like not knowing what was going on.
Need some more water?
Yeah. Sorry, I think it's more stress than anything, and I have to, like, when I ask people for water while I'm in that fucking padded cell, I'm sitting there waiting for, like...
I've got a case of water, so if people want to use it, I'll get it for you.
When I'm sitting there asking people for water, like, everybody there looks at me like I'm a monster. Which, understandably so, given the circumstance, but I'm not a monster.
Give me just a second, okay? I'm going to check up no smoking. You need anything else? You have your right? You okay? Yeah, let's do it.
So, you never told me what that means. Hang on a second, let me look at you. Okay. Throw it in the middle of mine. She goes back in. Okay.
Do you have further questions to ask Ranger Espinosa?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, let's break for lunch. Your lunch is here, and we'll start back up at 1:15, okay? So we'll enjoy your lunch. All rise.
Okay,
Independent individual, and normally the judge doesn't know much about the facts of the case until and at the time the
I think we should have it here in a minute, that they're going to be kicking off. And we'll be, the Texas Ranger is back on the stand, and he will be, continuing to testify. We're still on direct, so we have not had the process with the
Come
defense
back
attorneys.
around
Okay, we got sound.
and ask you to either present this to a judge or talk to somebody again.
Approximately 5 or 6 times during the first course of that initial interview, he would always redirect to asking that question.
And I noticed in here, when we were talking about this, he presented what his terms were, his price, I think is what he said, for this, and conditioned it, if he was able to get this, he would tell you the truth. Is that what your understanding was?
Yes, sir, that's what I understood.
And absent meeting that price, he wasn't going to tell you the truth, right?
Correct, sir.
Objection, that's a mischaracterization.
Overruled.
So, once you get done talking about that, you said he redirected you. What types of questions were you asking him when he continued to redirect you to want this deal?
I was mainly wanting to ask why this happened, as you heard in the interview, because we were able to corroborate a lot of the what with physical and digital evidence, so we already knew what transpired. It was more of a why for closure.
Push that microphone back just a little bit. Very good.
So at any point, was he willing to tell you why?
No, sir.
Now, I noticed in here there was a point at which we were talking about, you were asking questions about Athena, and you made a statement that basically she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir, I recall that statement.
And you made that statement to Tanner Horner, and what was his response to that?
I can't exactly recall what his exact statement was to that, but I believe it was something to the extent of, I guess so.
So let's talk about a couple of things that have now come up in this. I noticed in here that Tanner Horner mentioned something to you about wanting to take her to the hospital. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir, I recall that.
And was this the first time that's come up?
Yes, sir, that was, to my recollection throughout the course, this was the first time during an interview where he had mentioned something about taking her to the hospital.
And again, this is Tanner telling you that's what he wanted to do.
Yes, sir.
Now, when we go through this and we start looking at this, we start talking about the pants. And at some point, does he admit that he found he found Athena's pants in his backpack?
Yes, sir. I believe that was a statement that he located Athena's pants in his backpack at his grandmother's residence.
Now, prior to this, if you'll remember, did he deny taking any items of clothing from Athena with him?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me just ask you, he talked about the pants. Did he mention whether or not he took her socks with him?
No, sir, he did not. The statements made on the socks were varied from he threw them out to he found one in the truck at the Love's.
And did he mention where her underwear ended up?
Initially, he stated that the underwear were on her, and then after that, he stated he could not remember what happened to the underwear.
And let me just ask you, with regard to this whole zero thing and how it came up, was he finally able to explain to you how that it came up and how the name came about?
Yes, sir. As you heard in the interview, I got a few statements from him essentially about the name, where the name originated, which was based off a tattoo, a Christian band. Then also got some clarity on something that he and his girlfriend discussed about her having personalities, him having personalities, and that's how they came up with the name Zero, and that's how they referred to it throughout the course of that interview.
All right. Let's move a little bit, if you will, now that you've done that final interview. Is your involvement in this investigation over?
No, sir.
What types of things are you doing once you've now found Athena's body, you conducted this interview on the 7th? Was there anything that happened in between locating her body on the 2nd and this secondary interview on the 7th?
Yes, sir. Obviously, this is a tremendous investigation as far as moving parts go. There's a lot of key elements that we now got to start focusing on, which is one, preservation of evidence, getting the evidence properly stored, figuring out who's going to take what to what lab, and then we also have this digital evidence that we have, which is an SD card that obtains potentially more video. So I have to figure out a way to get to the proprietary owner, which basically who owns the software to play that SD card, and figure out a way to preserve that evidence.
Let's back up a little bit, talk just a little bit about evidence. We have the truck in which Athena was murdered in, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We have the truck in which he was found in on the 2nd, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do both of those items, are those going to need to be processed, CSI work and things like that done to them?
Yes, sir.
And then you also said that there was a search done at the Horner home in Lake Worth, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And in Horner home in Lake Worth? And you didn't conduct that search, right?
No, sir, they were just conducted in my direction.
Social media, DNA, things of that nature, they're all happening, is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
And then, I didn't ask you this before, was there an autopsy performed on Athena?
Yes, sir, there was.
And do you remember who the doctor was that did that?
I believe the chief medical examiner now was Dr. Dwyer.
Okay. And so we talked about evidence, so all of that is, would you say, in process when we're working on that, is that right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, like I said, a lot of moving parts, a lot of things moving forward, a lot of things that we need to get doing. I've literally been working on this case along with the district attorney's office for over 3 years.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the items that needed to be tested. Were you involved in, once the forensic, the CSI stuff was done on the vehicles and all of that was done, were you involved in getting that evidence from Wise County to the lab?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And why would you, being the lead ranger, be involved in getting it from Wise County to the lab?
One, it's chain of custody, so everything that goes in, evidence-wise, DNA-wise for testing, it's one person handling it. I grabbed it, took it to the lab with essentially a submission that says what needs to be tested for what, which would be trace evidence, DNA evidence, and different things like that.
Chip?
Yes.
Ranger Espinoza, I'm going to show you some more State's Exhibit 41. Is that what you were talking about with the evidence?
Yes, sir. This is a chain of custody transfer receipt from the Wise County Sheriff's Office to me.
And is that a true and correct copy of that chain of custody receipt when you took the evidence to DPS?
Yes, sir.
And when did you take that to DPS?
February 21st of 2023, and I can verify that with my signature at the bottom of the page.
Deputy Officer State's 41.
Your Honor, we object as this is a police report and not admissible under the hearsay exception.
Let me see 41. Mr. Staten, what's the relevance of this documentation?
Is the evidence that he took from the lab and they picked up from the lab? It's not a belief lab.
Right, your objection is overruled. State's Exhibit 41 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Joe.
Additionally to that, you mentioned, and I think we talked about this a little bit before, you mentioned an SD card, and we'll talk to some other people about the SD card, but are you aware that there's an SD card in the FedEx truck where Athena was kidnapped and murdered? Are you aware of that?
I am aware of that SD card. Like I said before, we knew it contained video evidence, digital evidence, because we'd already obtained it. So I was already in the process of going to North Carolina to meet with Velociter in reference to that SD card.
Now, let me ask you, when we say an SD card, and I'll show you the evidence here in just a second, but is this what we would consider just to be like a normal, like an SD card, like we would see in a camera or something along those lines?
Yes, sir. Yeah, just your standard SD card you slide into, when you take a photo or when you're collecting in a smaller video camera, that type of SD card.
And at some point, were you attempting to access that SD card to obtain the video from the FedEx truck?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you able to do that?
No, sir, I was not.
Okay. And what steps did you take to be able to view what was on that SD card?
Like I stated before, we knew that we needed to get with the proprietary owner, which is Velociter, and get on their schedule. They do nationwide contracts, so it was a matter of getting them at their headquarters in North Carolina. Numerous times we were working out a schedule, and we finally nailed a date down of January 23rd, and I was able to request a plane through DPS headquarters in the governor's office, and it picked me up in Decatur and flew me to North Carolina, where I met with Jim Becker to preserve and obtain the digital evidence from the FedEx truck.
All right. And I'm not going to ask you specifically questions about what's on it, but let me ask you, so you said something about something being proprietary. Well, what does that mean?
So, yes, sir, I did. So the software that they use for that SD card is basically only for them. If you want to play their videos, you have to have...
Jack, this is all based on hearsay.
You basically have to have their software in order to play that SD card. So we just can't play it. They own it. So in order for us to play that, we have to go and use their software.
Okay. And that's what you mean by proprietary. It's not just a reader that we have on a common laptop. Is that
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And does that particular reader have a name?
I believe it's TrueView, if my memory recalls.
Okay. But we could get Jim Becker to talk about that. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, he's the brains. He provided me the software, provided me the video, and then that allowed us to play it.
Right. And so, and again, I'm not going to ask you directly about it, but once you had the proprietary software, okay, once you had that, did you get that when you were in North Carolina?
Yes, sir. I flew there, obtained it, stayed until we had the evidence, secured it, made sure it played, and then I flew back to Wise County from North Carolina.
So at that point, you got the software, and now you can see the entirety of the video on the date in question. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Judge? Approach.
Yes.
I'm show you State's Exhibit 116. Do you recognize this? We'll take a look. Can you tell us why?
Yes, sir. I do recognize it, and it does have my initials and a date stamp.
So let me ask you: is this State's 116? Is the SD card contained within that?
Yes, sir. And also contained within is jump drives, which the video evidence was actually transferred to.
This is what you picked up from Wise County?
Yes, sir.
And then this is what you took to Velociter, and this is what you brought back?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And that's your initial and signature on it?
Yes, sir.
So it sounds like all you needed was their player.
Essentially, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So we've made that happen. You've gone to the crime lab. You're taking the jet to North Carolina, right?
Yes, sir.
So why go to all these links just for that?
Is very important. One, it's to preserve the evidence of what happened. It's all there. And two, it's important for us not to essentially tamper with any type of evidence. Like, I don't know the software. I don't know what it is. It's better to have the people that run it, operate it, and own it do that for us so we can get it back, and the video has everything on it.
Rainer Espinoza, I want to thank you for the last couple of days of your testimony, evidence in this particular case, and thank you for your work. That's what.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Ranger Espinosa, while we're talking about the SD card, who removed and recovered the SD card from the van?
That would be the CSI group, which would be with ERT and Wise County Sheriff's Office.
And who with Wise County Sheriff's Office removed the SD card?
I would have to check the chain of custody on who actually removed it and placed it into evidence.
So you don't know how many hands that went through before it was placed in evidence?
No, ma'am. Because I did personally not do it.
You had said that you had to go to North Carolina in order to have this card reviewed by the software engineers. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so who at Wise County, or I'll even make it a little broader, who attempted to play that SD card prior to you taking it to North Carolina?
Only to my knowledge, when it was checked out of evidence, it was only Patrick McGuire with FBI and myself while speaking to the lawsuit.
But at some point you knew that someone had tried to play that card and were unable to.
I had no knowledge of that, no, ma'am.
And the reason you took it to North Carolina was because it was not able to be played on a regular reader.
That's correct.
I want to talk just a little bit about these interrogations. When Tanner was first arrested and was first taken to the Wise County Jail, you had the moments in the car where you were talking to him. But at that point, you had not read him his rights, had you?
No, ma'am, I had not.
So even though he was arrested by your brother and placed in handcuffs and put in the back of the car and being questioned about an offense, you did not see fit to read him his rights.
Correct. That falls under
And-
the public safety exception, which is an exception to Miranda.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
One at a time, your objection is sustained.
Ranger Espinosa, if you need to expound on something, then I'm sure the district attorney will ask any questions that need to be followed up on, okay? So right now, if you'll just answer only the questions I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am.
So at that point, in fact, I think it wasn't until 16 minutes into that video did you read Tanner Horner's rights.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Throughout these interrogations and throughout the videos that the jury has watched, Tanner asked several times about attorneys. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
He asked how the attorney thing worked. You agree with me on that one?
Yes, ma'am.
At one point, attorney. Would you agree with that one?
Yes, ma'am.
He asked about what happens if I get an attorney.
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
And he also asked what happens when I get an attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so then, and that was just in the first two interrogations. So now we get to December the 7th and we have that fourth interrogation, the fourth video. And when you Mirandized Tanner, he told you that he has an attorney. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you didn't reach out and try to find out who that attorney was, did you?
No, ma'am.
And you didn't try to make any contact with that attorney.
No, ma'am.
You didn't even bother to find out who that attorney was.
I actually did find out who the attorney was after.
Afterwards, you found out who it was?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you make any attempt to contact that attorney and tell him, hey, guess what? I just spent 2 hours with your client talking to him about his case.
No, ma'am, I did not.
Ranger Espinosa, you had testified earlier that Tanner had reached out to you on December the 6th of 2022. And this was about 4 days after his arrest, right?
I received the notification on December the 7th, but you're correct. The actual timestamp, I believe, was 9 p.m. on the 6th.
Were you aware that the night that he reached out to you, he had cut himself in his jail cell?
Yes, ma'am. I believe I asked him what that was on his arms.
Now, during your interrogations, Tanner talked to you about his history of self-harm, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had learned through these interrogations that he had several suicide attempts.
Yes, ma'am. By his statements, I was able to corroborate those.
And the most recent suicide attempt was while in the custody of Wise County Jail, correct?
You'll have to tell me about the day, or...
So were you aware that he attempted suicide in the Wise County Jail in May of 2023?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Throughout the interrogations, Tanner also spoke to you about his suicidal ideations. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
So you learned that he had previously tried to hang himself,
Yes, ma'am.
and you also learned that he had also suicidal ideations before his arrest. Did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
And you learned that he had current suicidal ideations. In other words, he was still feeling suicidal at the time that you were speaking with him.
To tell Jeff, that's cause for speculation about what Tanner Horner was feeling at that time.
Sustained.
Well, isn't it true, Ranger Espinosa, that Tanner asked how you can stop him from hurting himself?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that was a statement.
And didn't he also ask you to just shoot him in the head?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, didn't he ask you on several times, can you just shoot me in the head?
To the best of my recollection, he only asked me once to shoot him in the head.
During your interrogations, Tanner also talked about his history of mental health issues. Is that correct?
I don't know about the mental health issues, but yes, he talked about some of his issues.
Well, he talked about being hospitalized in a mental health facility, did he not?
I believe that was an outpatient visit, is what I believe, which means it was not hospitalized.
And you were aware that he was hospitalized after his suicide attempt where he attempted to hang himself?
I don't recall that one. I believe in May of 23 he was, but I don't know about the other one.
And you did know that he was, you know, had received some medications?
Yes, ma'am. I believe we discussed some medications during the course of that interview.
You also learned during your interrogation that Tanner has Asperger's.
I believe Asperger's was mentioned by him, but I had no knowledge that he was diagnosed with Asperger's.
So you knew by report from Tanner that he had Asperger's?
I don't know if he has Asperger's. He just said he had Asperger's.
You learned about the hospitalizations. You had mentioned that he had talked to you about medications that he was taking. In fact, you even asked him about the medications he was taking.
Correct.
And he told you that he was taking Prozac and Strattera. Is that right?
I believe so.
So are you aware that Strattera is used to treat ADHD?
Judge, I'll object. He's not an expert on that.
I'll let him answer if he knows.
Were you aware that Strattera is used to treat ADHD?
I'm not aware of that, no ma'am.
And are you aware that Prozac is used to treat major depressive disorder?
I'm also not aware of that.
During these interrogations, well, let me back up. You testified to the jury that you did not think that Tanner expressed any remorse during all these interrogations. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
But you would agree with me that he told you several times that he felt bad about what had happened. And he may not have said, I feel bad, but he expressed his emotions about what had happened.
Yes, ma'am. I did not believe him.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Yes, ma'am.
He expressed that when you had said, he had been talking about what had happened, and you go, that's all right. And he says, no, it's not all right. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am. I recall that.
And your response to him was that, no, it's all right for you to talk to me. That's what you were referring to, right? About it being all right?
Yes, ma'am. I believe so.
And then based on Tanner's response, he was telling you that it was not all right to hurt a child.
Yes, ma'am. I believe that's what he was implying.
And later on, when you asked him if he was remorseful for what he did, he told you, and was very emotional when he told you, that I'm a father. I took something away from someone. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am. I do.
And when you asked him about what he wanted to say to the community, do you remember his response to that?
No, ma'am. I do not recall.
Do you recall that he said, no one deserves this?
Yes, I do remember that.
he also told you that the fact that Athena was dead broke his heart.
Yes, ma'am, I recall that.
Ranger Espinosa, you also recognized that Tanner was being remorseful as well, didn't you?
No, ma'am.
You don't recall telling him, I see remorse in you, I see regret in you?
That is part of an interview tack in order to maintain rapport.
So you lied to him?
No, ma'am. Again, that's a rapport. It's a common strategy. If you want to call it a lie, you can, but it's strategy.
But you did tell him that you saw remorse in him?
Correct, I did.
And you did tell him that you saw regret in him?
Yes, ma'am.
During these interrogations, Tanner was being cooperative with you.
Yes, ma'am.
And at times you even praised him for his cooperation.
Yes, ma'am.
And you even told him that you would be sure to tell everybody how cooperative he had been during the process.
Correct.
Did you tell everybody how cooperative he had been during the process?
No, ma'am, I did not.
In fact, you even thanked him for his willingness to help. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And did you tell anybody, or did you tell everybody that he was willing to help?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You testified on direct that Tanner was not being truthful throughout the interrogations. And at one point you told Tanner that what it was all about was doing the right thing. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And for you, doing the right thing would mean confessing to the murder. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Tanner confessed to the murder, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And for you, doing the right thing meant helping law enforcement to recover the body. Do you
Yes.
agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Tanner eventually helped you recover the body, did he not?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
You also stated on direct that Tanner blamed everyone else but himself. But Zero told you the truth about abducting Athena. Is that correct?
Tanner told me the truth about abducting Athena.
And he also told the truth about killing her.
Again, that's Tanner. It's Tanner Horner, not Zero.
So the persona of Zero brought you to Bogus Crossing.
Yes, ma'am.
So when Tanner is being truthful about those other things, and Zero is being truthful about other things, and Zero is Tanner, doesn't that mean that Tanner was being truthful about what had happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Although you claim that Tanner was not being truthful during the interrogations, he wasn't the only one that was being untruthful. Would you agree with that?
Could you elaborate?
Well, Tanner asked to talk to Cassie, and you told him that you would allow him to do that in a minute. But you never let him call her, did you?
What I meant by that is he'd be allowed to make phone calls from the jail.
But you told him that he would be able to do that in a minute. But you did not allow him to do that, did you?
I'm sure the Wise County Sheriff's Office provided him his phone call to Cassie if he wanted to call her.
But my question is for you, Ranger Espinosa, did you allow him to make that call?
I did not.
He asked to have a video chat with her. And your response was, okay. Did you allow him to have a video chat with Cassie?
No, ma'am.
You asked about, or Tanner asked about seeing his son, and you told him that you would do that for him. Did you let him see his son?
I don't recall telling him I was going to let him see his son.
Well, the jury heard the video, so they'll remember what you told him.
Mm-hmm.
When Tanner made the request, and I believe it was your phrasing that said he wanted to cut a deal, you said that you felt that, well, actually what you told the jury was that the deal would be that if he received the deal requested, he would tell you the truth. That's what you told the jury, right?
I believe it's what he stated. Yes, ma'am.
But that's not the complete truth, is it? Because, and again, the jury saw this video, so I'm sure they will remember that, and you would agree with me, that Tanner was willing to enter a plea in this case. Do you remember him telling you that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember him telling you that he would be willing to give up all of his defenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember telling him that he would be willing to give you any information that you wanted?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you remember him telling you that he was willing to give up everything and go to prison forever?
Yes, ma'am.
And all of this, the plea, the defenses, the information, going to prison forever, was just so he would be able to have a chance to say goodbye to his family.
I believe, yes, ma'am, that's what he wanted.
He asked you to relay all of this to the judge and to the prosecutors. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
You told him that you would do this. Did you relay it to the judge?
I believe I spoke to the judge and the district attorney's office in reference to that.
To the deal?
Yes, just that he wanted to cut a deal.
You didn't give him any of the other details?
No, ma'am.
When did you speak to the judge about this? And which judge, well, let me back up. Which judge did you speak to?
I believe during the course of that week, I informed everybody about the reinitiated interview, and I mentioned of Tanner wanting to cut a deal where he was released on an ankle monitor with video surveillance, which is not possible, and I told him that was not possible. So,
Well, you're not the prosecutor in the case, are you?
no, ma'am, I'm not.
And you told Tanner that you couldn't give him legal advice, right?
Correct. I'm not
But
going to.
now you're making a legal conclusion about what is and isn't possible. Do you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am. Again, I told him it is above my pay grade. That is a decision for the district attorney's office.
And you said it's a question that you'd have to ask.
Correct.
So the question I have is, and you just said that you talked to the judge about it, which judge did you talk to?
It was mentioned to Brock Smith
When?
during that time frame sometime.
When did you speak to the prosecutors about it?
I believe, actually, the district attorney's office we had a meeting with the district attorney's office that day at the Wise County Sheriff's Office, and I informed them about it.
The question I have is, why wasn't that included in your police report that you prepared for this case?
It was included in the police report.
The fact that he was willing to give up all of his defenses?
Yes, ma'am. There's video evidence of that.
What I'm saying is that in your written police report, you did not update your written police report to include all this information, did you?
My police report says for all the details reference the videos in this report. So yes, ma'am, I did include it in this case.
Now, you have, how long is your police report?
I believe this one is 75 pages.
And you have other details in that police report. Do you agree with me? What you're telling the jury is that something as important as he is willing to make a deal, you didn't think was important enough to put into a written form.
Correct. Again, I did put it in a written form as far as reference my report. My report references that all the details are contained within the video.
All right, so let's talk some more about this video. And I wanted to talk to you a little bit about Tanner's demeanor during his interrogations. I'm sorry. You would agree with me that during all of the videos that were shown to the jury over the last couple of days, that it was obvious during some of those videos that Tanner was easily distracted.
That's a matter of opinion.
Well, you testified earlier that he became distracted and you would have to redirect him. Do you remember that?
No, ma'am. I actually stated that he would interrupt to talk about his deal, and I would have to redirect him back to what we were talking about.
So when he was distracted by the gel that was in your hair, when he was distracted by your shoes, you were able to redirect him back to the information that you were interested in, right?
Yeah, I was definitely able to keep communicating with him. Yes, ma'am.
You would agree with me that Tanner was polite to all the officers.
To the best of my recollection, yes, ma'am.
And, well, I mean, you sat here and watched all the videos. Was he rude to any officer during those videos?
Not in my presence, no, ma'am.
He said yes, sir, and he said no, sir. When
Yes,
asked.
yes, ma'am, correct.
He didn't curse at any of the officers.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
He didn't threaten any of the officers.
No, ma'am, correct.
Didn't raise his voice in anger at any of the officers.
Correct.
The only time his voice raised a little bit was when he got excited about talking about something that interested him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When he was arrested, he didn't put up any resistance.
Correct.
When you took him out of the jail, he didn't put up any fight or any resistance.
No, ma'am.
When you walked him around the bamboo forest, he didn't try to run or escape.
No, ma'am.
He was respectful to your authority, was he not?
Yes, ma'am.
Ranger Espinosa, you have a Bible verse on your handcuffs, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
That's Romans 13:4?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that Romans 13:4 says, "For he is the servant of God, an avenger who carries out God's wrath on the wrongdoer." Is that what 13:4?
It depends which version of the Bible you read, but yes, ma'am, that's correct.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Read the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm gonna try to get through this here. This fourth interview that you conducted, who requested it?
Tanner Horner.
In this fourth interview, when you go in there, you said before that he wanted to cut a deal. And that was essentially, he wanted you to cut him loose on some kind of monitor, and then he would tell you the truth.
Yes, sir.
Now, all of this stuff that Ms. Anderson went over with you about his suicide attempts, mental health, all of the things that are in there, that all came from Tanner Horner, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, this is the same Tanner Horner who told you that Athena's body was in the bamboo
Yes, sir.
and took you on that 3 or 4 hour boondoggle out there trying to
Objection,
find
Your
her.
Honor, to the characterization.
Overruled. He took you out there and lied to you twice and drug you out there where she wasn't, correct?
Correct.
And let's just go through this. If we're going to talk about a little bit about the things he's telling you, you don't have any knowledge whether anything he's telling you is true, do you?
I have knowledge that it's all lies based on evidence that I had.
Well, let me back up. Anything that he is saying about himself, you don't have any evidence that that in and of itself is true.
No, I don't have any medical records. I don't have any history of that.
That's what he's telling you.
Yes, sir.
But he also told you that that he backed into her with a truck. Is that true?
No, sir.
He also told you that at one point that she was deceased when he put her in the truck. Was that true?
No, sir.
He also told you, additionally, that he didn't take off her clothes when he dumped her body. Was that true?
No, sir.
He also told you that her body was next to the bamboo forest. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that true?
No, sir.
So essentially, you told him several times when during these interviews that you had faith in him and confidence in him and he was telling the truth. You remember that, right?
Yes, sir.
When you told him that, do you really believe he's telling the truth?
I know he's not telling the truth because I've already seen the video and I already have physical evidence. I know that he's lying to me the entire time.
So when you're telling him that, is that just to keep him talking?
Yeah, that's called maintaining rapport, so I don't lose the rapport and then essentially lose finding Athena.
So when we're talking about this, and we're going through this bit of information, you asked him if he felt remorseful, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
You had to ask him what it was he would say to the community, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
And at that is when he did not answer and say that he was remorseful. He just said he was a father.
Yes, sir.
And that he said that no one deserves this.
Yes, sir.
But he didn't say, I kidnapped her, I killed her, I'm sorry.
No, sir, he did not say that.
So when we talk about whether or not Tanner Horner was truthful about what happened, you were asked a minute ago if he was truthful in telling you that she was placed in the bamboo. Is that right?
No, sir, he's not truthful about saying
You
that.
were asked if that was truthful. Is that truthful?
No, sir, it's not.
As far as whether or not there were any clothes taken from the scene, was he truthful about that?
No, sir, he was not.
So how are you to believe anything about him as a person if literally the entirety of his statements to you have been lies?
I couldn't believe anything that he was saying.
And in fact, when he's lying to you throughout this, you said you knew he was lying,
Yes, sir.
but you kept him talking.
Yes, sir.
And throughout the entirety of all of this, yes, he is being cooperative,
Yes, sir.
except that he's lying.
Yes, sir.
He is being cooperative, except he's trying to divert you from the truth.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
When you sat down with him in that fourth interview, he wanted you to pay a price to buy his truth.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me hear the question. Go ahead.
His statement to you was that was his price.
That's correct.
Objection, that is a misstatement of the testimony. He
Jury.
never said the truth.
The jury will recall the testimony.
So throughout all of this, the only thing that he told you that was the truth was that she was deceased, correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
The rest of that stuff you had to learn on your own.
Yes, sir.
That's what it's.
Ms. Anderson.
Just a couple of things. After Tanner told you about being at Millwood and taking medications, did you attempt to confirm that information?
Yes, ma'am. That's information that was passed, and at some point, either Watts County Sheriff's Office or the District Attorney's Office would attempt to make or obtain medical records.
And so, knowing that they were able to obtain medical records from Millwood, it wasn't a lie then when he told you that he was at Millwood.
I actually don't know what medical records were actually obtained. I wasn't privy to them. I just know that the medical records were requested.
And earlier you just said that they obtained medical records. So if they were able to obtain medical records, you wouldn't be able to obtain them if they weren't there. Would you agree with that?
No object to speculation. He said he doesn't know about these records.
Sustained.
But you don't obtain records for somebody if no records exist, right?
Same objection, all for speculation.
He can answer that.
Basically, what we do is an overall. It doesn't have to be from a specific place. Usually when we have a defendant, we try to find a medical history. So it may not be for that particular, that the District Attorney's Office would obtain all records. It doesn't, maybe not these particular ones we're talking about, but all records would. If there's some there, we're going to try to obtain them.
All right, so if you were able to obtain records from Millwood, you would have obtained records from Millwood.
Correct. If the District Attorney's Office would have obtained records from Millwood, they would be privy to the District Attorney's Office.
And the way the district attorney asked the question, he characterized that Tanner's price for telling you the truth was that he received the electronic monitoring. Do you recall him asking you that question?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that's what he said.
That's not quite accurate, is it? Because it wasn't the price for telling the truth. Tanner's price was for entering a plea in this case.
I believe the underlining purpose of the deal was to tell the story or the truth and then get the deal for the monitoring.
Well, actually, that's not quite what the video showed, is it? I mean, the video said that he would be willing to enter a plea, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he'd be willing to give up his defenses, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That he would be willing to go to prison for life, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he would be willing to tell you everything you know, or everything that you would like to know, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's just not telling the truth. There was a whole list of things that he wanted, and that was what he was willing to do if you were to speak to the judge, speak to the prosecutors about the possibility of electronic monitoring.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Mr. Stanton.
Just a couple questions, Your Honor, thank you. I didn't hit on this before, and I apologize, Ranger Espinosa. When you initially detained Tanner Horner on scene there at the corner of Faith and Hope, you had testified before about your basis for doing so.
Correct.
What was that basis?
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Ranger Espinosa did not detain him on. That was his brother.
Sustained.
Once you got to the scene and Tanner Horner was there in cuffs, what was the purpose of your question?
So the purpose of the questioning fell under the public safety exception, which has an exception to Miranda, which is exception to rights, which is basically preserving life, which means I don't have to Mirandize him. If I'm looking for a kidnapped child that could potentially be alive, Miranda does not apply.
And your questions to him at any point prior to the time that you Mirandized him, did you ask him what happened?
Yes, sir.
Prior to Miranda or after Miranda?
After Miranda. Pre-Miranda, there was no questions about any details of the case other than where's Athena? Take me to her.
And in fact, he attempted at some point to tell you what had happened, and you stopped him from talking.
Objection, Your Honor, that's leading.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
When you got in the truck, what did Tanner attempt to tell you about what had happened?
At that point, when I asked him, as y'all saw the video, he attempts to say something or tell me something. I said, stop. We'll worry about that later. We just need to find Athena, which falls within the parameters of the public safety exception and the exception to Miranda.
And at that point, was he under arrest or just detained?
At that point, he was detained.
And then once you read him his Miranda rights, at that point, was he under arrest?
He was.
House witness.
Ms. Anderson.
And then, Your Honor, I'm done.
May Ranger Espinosa be excused subject to any potential recall?
I would say.
No objection.
Thank you, sir.
And Okay with Fred?
It's been a long day and a half.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay with Fred?
So, okay, our mics are.
As it became special agent with the FBI.
I've got a bachelor's degree from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. Worked in private sector for about 10 years before coming over to the Bureau. Nothing law enforcement related, but the Bureau has a history of hiring folks from a lot of different fields. So I went through the application process, and then everything that I've learned through the academy, and then since I've been an agent, obviously brought me to this point of being an investigator with the FBI then.
You talked about the academy. Where's the academy located?
Quantico, Virginia.
And what does that entail? What kind of process?
It's about 5 months from start to finish at the academy. There's legal training, tactics, self-defense, firearms, everything that you would expect kind of in a police academy. Same type of things for FBI academy as well.
And were you a field agent before you do what you do now?
So I'm still a field agent. I'm assigned to the Dallas Violent Crimes Task Force. So it's going to be agents and task force officers from surrounding agencies that investigate primarily violent crimes, so carjackings, bank robberies, kidnappings. There's about 20 or so of us on that task force that specialize in those types of offenses. And then in addition to that, I have a certification within the FBI for the cellular analysis team. And so part of my role is to serve in that capacity as well.
Okay, and the cellular analysis team, does that have some type of a special acronym that goes with it?
Yeah, so Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST, you'll hear it often referred to.
Okay, and tell me what do? You said that you work with these different types of violent offenses, including kidnappings. What does the Cellular Analysis Survey Team do?
So the CAST unit is different than the Violent Crimes Task Force. So I happen to be a CAST asset that just sits on that Violent Crimes Task Force. But this CAST unit within the FBI, again, there's about 100 or so of us spaced throughout the country. We specialize in the analysis of cellular records. And oftentimes, to your question, if there is something like an Amber Alert or a mass casualty event or something that requires a big law enforcement response, if there's something that's going to have a cellular component to it, a lot of the times you're going to see a CAST asset that gets dispatched to that command post or that location.
And we're talking about command posts. Explain what you mean by a command post.
So a command post is oftentimes set up by law enforcement in response to usually a threat to life type situation that's occurring. It's oftentimes set up in an area very close to where the actual crime may have occurred. So while our office is in Dallas, if there's a situation that occurs in a different part of North Texas, we may send a command post or establish a command post in an area nearer to that so that the law enforcement response can be centralized to that immediate area.
And how is it that you do that? Do you pitch a tent out there? How does it happen?
So the FBI has a mobile command post. Several agencies I know around North Texas also have mobile command posts. It's a giant semi-trailer that will pull up to the scene, and it allows us access to some of our equipment and technology that we would otherwise have at our headquarters division, and that isn't necessarily always available right there in the field. But again, it's a good centralized spot for the law enforcement response to be concentrated.
When a crime occurs like kidnapping and there's somebody missing that you're trying to locate, what kind of things do you do to try to make that happen?
There's a lot of things that can be done from a law enforcement perspective. No two situations are the same. Certain, again, mass casualty type events, things like that where the subject of that may already be deceased. Sometimes the law enforcement response is to uncover what was going on with that person before they committed that mass casualty event. If it's something like an Amber Alert or a missing kid, the number one priority is to find the missing kid. And especially from the CAST perspective, a lot of times there's cellular records that can become relevant, especially in a world where most folks have cell phones. If it's able to be determined what cell phone may be of relevance to that investigation, we're going to try to help identify that device and then locate it with the expectation that maybe that missing kid is near that device.
And were you called to come to the scene where a girl by the name of Athena Strand went missing on November 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was the second CAST agent that went there. One of my colleagues, Mark Sedgwick, was the first CAST agent that responded to the scene, and then I arrived, I think, the second day to help him out.
Okay. And when you arrived that second day, so you say the second day, did you arrive on December 1st or December 2nd?
I believe I was there December 1st, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so the day after, and then if the arrest took place on December the 2nd, would that be correct?
I think that sounds correct.
Right.
So, as agents, you and Mr. Sedgwick, or Special Agent Sedgwick, are you collecting certain information that you can then analyze?
Yes. Again, it's all dependent on what's happening in that particular situation. If, again, there's cellular records that appear that they're going to be of relevance, we will reach out directly to those cell providers, so Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and try to explain to them, hey, here's what we've got going on, and we'll make what are called exigent requests for information. So things that are not accompanied with a warrant at that time. There's an immediate threat to life that's going on, and we're trying to mitigate that as best we can. So we make the request in good faith to those cell providers that, hey, we believe these records could be helpful in locating or identifying this missing person.
Now, in this particular case, was the child still missing when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
And was there any knowledge one way or the other as to whether the child was still alive or not?
We had no indication of her status at that time.
So did that qualify then for these exigent requests that you're making to different phone companies and different social media carriers, things like that?
Yes, sir.
And I mean, there's a commonly known or a common term that's out there called geofencing. Can you kind of explain what that means?
Yeah, so geofencing, just the general concept of a geofence is that there's a particular area where something happened. And then if you draw basically a radius around that, say 400 meters, you could potentially identify devices that fall within that radius. It's done in order to identify possibly unidentifiable persons that may have been present in that area by way of cellular connectivity oftentimes. Certain geofences are not only related to cell phone connectivity, there's other types of geospatial geofences that can be done that may be GPS related, but the general concept of it is just that there is a known quantity or a known event and then a radius that you want to establish around that area to identify the devices that were present in that spot.
And are you able to limit that to certain times and parameters?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that in this particular case?
We did.
Now, when you go to the scene out there, or really any scene of a missing child, who are the first people that you are often tasked to look at when you look at their mobile devices?
Usually it's the parents or close family that may be living with that person. So a lot of times it's not even necessarily that that person is a suspect per se, but you also want to get corroboration for statements that those folks may be making to law enforcement. So if a parent says, I was at work all day, if you get phone records for that person, you could pretty easily identify, depending on how far away they live from their work, you could potentially identify that, yes, they were at work that day and their statements are consistent, as opposed to someone whose phone was not near their office that day, then maybe the statements that they made that they were at work could be more concerning.
And was that done in this particular case with regard to the missing child, Athena Strand?
Yes, sir. I believe Special Agent Sedgwick started that process.
Okay. Now, when you got there and you became involved in this process, was there another phone number that was identified as being a potential point of interest that y'all wanted to obtain some records related to?
So there were a couple things that took place. We did a geofence to T-Mobile, and there was a device that was identified within that geofence. That device became of interest for us. Second to that, there was a phone number for Mr. Horner that was also identified, and that became more relevant as the command post situation started to unfold.
Okay. And with regard to that, did you obtain these exigent records related to that phone number for Mr. Horner?
Yes, sir.
And based upon reviewing those records, are you able to determine whether the device that is generating those records is moving or not moving based upon your analysis of that device?
We can usually get to a pretty quick conclusion about whether a device is movement or stationary based on those records. Yes, sir.
And with regard to this particular device, did you find that this device was at times stationary?
We did.
And that then it would move some and then be stationary again for a certain period of time?
That particular device associated with Mr. Horner, yes, as well as the device, the second device that was within that T-Mobile geofence. We saw consistent movement and stops for both of those devices.
And are those two devices moving at the same places and stopping at the same place?
Generally, yes. That would be my overarching conclusion, that they were generally moving together. There are subsets of information within there where there would be gaps of information for the phone number associated to Mr. Horner that the other device in that T-Mobile geofence could kind of fill in the gap of what those movement times might have been. But generally, for the time period that we were looking at, both devices appeared to be moving together.
Now, let me ask you this. If the person turns off their...
Yeah, can we approach?
Yes.
Okay, so Kevin, we were listening to this agent. They were building up into it. Again, this is, well, it looks like we're back. I think they must have been doing a sidebar. Zeke, who's in our control room, the moment they start talking in that courtroom, kill our mics. So.
Now, if one of the types of devices that you may be looking at cell phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There are also sometimes GPS or cell
Modems, more to that point, yes, sir.
Explain to the jury what a modem is.
So a modem could be something that's got, in this particular case, cellular connectivity. So it's a mobile modem to provide internet access, but that internet access is provided via the cellular network. So it's not a hardwire internet connection like you might have at your house on your home router. It's transportable. It's usually a battery-powered thing, but it connects to the cellular network in the same way your phone does in order to provide internet service to a particular device. So it's not a phone, but it provides internet to another mobile device.
So if my car that I'm driving down the road has one of these modems in it, and I also have a cell phone while I'm driving down the road, are both of those essentially going to be moving at the same time?
Your phone would very likely have its own SIM card, but yes, you would see movement on both devices.
And if then I turned off my phone, or I took the SIM card out, or whatever it was that I did, would then that keep that particular device from communicating with the cellular network?
Yes, correct. If a cell phone were powered down, you would see a gap in communications with the network during that time period.
Okay. But my car, unless there's some way I disable it, would continue to connect?
I would expect that it would, yes, sir.
Right. And is that the type of thing that you're talking about?
In this particular case, it's a modem, and yes, that device maintained connectivity.
Even though the phone stopped communicating?
That's correct.
All right. And so, based upon the information that you were receiving for these two devices, were you able to determine potential points where maybe searches might need to be done based upon areas where these two devices were stopping and stationary for some period of time?
Yes, sir, we did.
And were you familiar with the location? I'm not asking you to give an address, just asking if you know the location where Athena Strand body was ultimately located.
I don't know the exact address, but I am familiar with it, yes, sir.
And based upon the information that you had from these two devices, did you target that location as a place that needed to be searched?
We did.
Okay. And was that information communicated through the command post to officers in the field prior to her body ever being located?
It was.
Now, many officers were all called to look at a particular location during that same period of time, correct?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
And so was there enough bodies to then go out and look at all these different areas where you're saying we need to look here, we need to look here, we need to look here?
It can become a big strain on resources when you're trying to dispatch law enforcement to multiple spots. So to answer your question, I don't know exactly what personnel were assigned to which area, but again, we did identify the location where her body was ultimately located as one of the areas to be searched.
And that location was actually identified in advance by some period of time of when she was actually located, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
But because the resources were diverted to a different location, that area was never able to be searched prior to her body being located, is that right?
I don't think it was searched thoroughly. The area that we identified was a body of water, and obviously if the body is not readily viewable on the top of the water, and especially given certain times of day, darkness would be a factor in that as well. So yeah, if you don't have adequate personnel to do a proper search of that spot, you may not find what you're looking for at that initial search.
So if officers had been available to thoroughly search that location.
Objection, speculation.
Let me hear the question.
Is it your opinion that if officers had been available to thoroughly search those locations, that her body could have been located earlier in the day?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
With regard to your work, you said you were working with Mr. Sedgwick, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And he is also a member of this CAS team?
Yes, sir.
And then does the CAS team often in preparation for a trial like this or to sort of analyze the data that you have, do they prepare something called a CAS analysis?
We do, yes, sir.
Okay, and tell me what a CAS analysis is.
It's oftentimes going to be centered around cellular records, as you might expect, but then it's going to have information related to activity of the cell phones that are cellular devices that are being analyzed, and then that activity is going to be mapped in concert with known events related to a particular crime. Just because the mapping of a phone or a cellular item itself isn't necessarily meaningful unless you have locations of relevance as it relates to the crime that's being charged.
And are there potentially other devices that could be used to corroborate the modem in the vehicle as well as the cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would package scanner potentially be something like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would geolocation data on a video be something like that?
That would also assist in that. Yes, sir.
And so if those things also corroborated those points of data you already have, that would be something that might go into the CAS analysis.
Yes, sir.
Don't lead your witness.
Now, with regard to this particular case, was a CAS analysis done?
It was.
And who was the officer that did that CAS analysis?
Special Agent Sedgwick.
And with regard to your part in that, did you act as a technical reviewer of that?
A peer review. Yes, sir.
Okay. And, but it would be Agent Sedgwick that would be the one to actually present that analysis, correct?
That's correct.
Pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
Good to see you again.
Yes, sir.
Just one question. So, as far as that analysis goes, your contribution was to request the geofence data from T-Mobile.
So the initial geofence request was done by me, and then once the phone number was identified as the result of that geofence, as well as the phone number associated with Mr. Horner, both of those exigent requests were also made by me to T-Mobile.
Okay. And then you're talking about from this command center, you're comparing data as it comes in with Agent 7.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing further to this witness, Your Honor.
May Agent Page be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, I need a break. Give me 15 minutes and we'll start back up at 5 minutes to 3, okay?
Sherman, BRUCESHERMAN.
Ms. Dooley,
Hey, Judge. Good afternoon.
How are you, ma'am?
do me a favor, push that mic back just a little towards the way. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can you go ahead and tell the jury how you are presently employed?
I'm a lieutenant with the Texas Department of Public Safety.
And what do you do for that?
I'm in our Internal Affairs Division. We call it the Office of Inspector General.
Okay. Now, back in December of 2022, how were you employed?
I was a Texas Ranger for the Department of Public Safety.
So the same overarching thing, but a little bit different.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How'd you become a Ranger?
I started with the Department of Public Safety in 2007 and as a highway patrolman out of the academy, and I was a trooper around several places in Texas. I started out down in the Beaumont area, and then I've been in North Texas since 2008. I worked in Denton for a little while, and then I was in Rockwall before I went into the narcotics service in our criminal investigations division. And I conducted investigations into drug trafficking organizations for about 3 years before I went to the Rangers.
And how long were you a Texas Ranger?
From 2017 to 2023.
So not long after this case, you made a move.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How did you initially become involved with the investigation and the search for Athena Strand?
Yeah, the initial call that I got to be involved was really for a support role. I got called by one of the Ranger lieutenants who was actually not from my area but covered the Wise County area. And he just requested for me to come out and offer some sort of support. And so I responded to kind of the command post, if you will. I don't remember the exact location, but I remember there were a lot of people doing a lot of different things.
Is that normal for a large scene to have multiple Rangers involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall about how many other Rangers were out there?
You know, when I got there, just a handful. I would say, somewhere between 4 and 6. But I know that there were others out in the field that were tracking down, potential leads, following up on things. Some of them had gone home to take a little break because they'd been out there for countless hours. And so just the ones that I saw, there was a handful of us out there.
Was this an all hands on deck situation?
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned a lot of people. Was that a lot of other law enforcement agencies besides the Texas Rangers?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall who all you saw when you arrived?
Yeah, I know the Federal Bureau of Investigation was out there. A lot of what appeared to be civilian personnel, people who were out there just waiting for an assignment. They wanted to help, and they were there to just offer any kind of help that they could give. But a lot of civilian support, but also a lot of law enforcement support as well.
Athena Strand went missing on November 30th of 22. What day did you actually get involved?
December 2nd, 2022.
And when you were asked to come out, where did you specifically go first?
I went straight from my duty station out in the Garland-Rockwall County area, straight to that command post again. I don't remember the address or even what city it was in, really. I can see it in my head. I just don't know exactly where it was at.
And when you arrived, were you given a task by a ranger or anybody else at that command post?
Yeah, initially I wasn't. I was there just kind of waiting for a lead to follow up on or some support role. But after a short period of time, there were some developments that were made, and I could tell just by kind of body language and some information that I was getting, things were rapidly evolving as far as the leads that were coming in. And at that point, one of the ways that I assisted was by using social media and working with our intelligence and counterterrorism division to try to locate potential online leads and efforts to preserve any information that could potentially be evidence.
And at this point, was that lead that they had a suspect who was a FedEx driver?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what were you asked to do to preserve any evidence within social media?
Yeah, one of the things that we did, certainly it involved online leads, social media leads, but it was involved parties that were associated with the person of interest, which I think at that time, that's what we would probably call them, was the best lead, and based on the evidence that had come in with that lead, we were just trying to find out common associates with him, any of their online accounts, if there were any abnormalities, things like that. And then, of course, our analysts with the Intelligence and Counterterrorism Division were helping me with that. They actually have a lot better resources than I do. So we were collaboratively working to locate and preserve some of those things.
And you said with him, so at this point, you were looking for persons of interest associated with Tanner Horner.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were taking anybody that you found associated with Tanner Horner leading? What were you actually doing with the persons of interest of Tanner Horner that you were speaking about?
Yeah, we were finding any digital fingerprint, if you will, of them that existed publicly online. And so, some of the most common ways that is maybe a Facebook account or an Instagram account, Google accounts, things like that are publicly available. And then obviously, if we found something of interest or more interest, then we would use our Intelligence and Counterterrorism Division to look into those things further.
And did you start your search with Tanner Horner or with someone else?
With Tanner Horner.
And what did you do to preserve any accounts?
Yeah, so the way that works with most of our social media and digital evidence, if you will, those don't require a formal legal process, if you will, through the court system. We're simply asking those digital online platforms, if you will, Meta, Facebook, Instagram, Google, places like that. All we're asking them to do is say, we've identified an account of a person that we believe is the owner or user of that account, and based on our criminal investigation, there could be evidence there, and we're just asking you to hold that or preserve it so that it can't be deleted or tampered with. And so as we would identify those accounts for Mr. Horner, we would just ask those platforms to preserve it so it couldn't be deleted or tampered with.
I want to dumb this down, but is this essentially a form that you fill out somewhere?
Digitally, yes, ma'am. So what we do is there's what's called a law enforcement portal. And so once these platforms have confirmed and vetted us as law enforcement investigators, we have a portal we can go into, and we can use that portal to tell them what kind of crimes we may be investigating, but the accounts that could be associated with it at our request to preserve it.
This puts a hold on the account to where it preserves the information. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
It's the same, rephrase your question.
What is the actual, what is Facebook, Meta, Google, whomever you're sending these to, what are they actually doing to preserve anything?
Yeah, so as far as we'll just use Mr. Horner, because that's the example we're using, he would never know, nothing changes for his account, it doesn't freeze, it doesn't hold. It just means that if he goes in and tries to delete or tamper with some sort of potential evidence that's there, it can't disappear, it's there. And so if we followed up within a 90-day period with a legal process, which would require probable cause, then we would still be able to have that evidence that can't be tampered with.
So with the preservation request, does that allow you to receive any information?
No, ma'am.
And what would you need to receive any information?
A search warrant or an order from a judge, a district court.
And you were not the person to get any search warrants in this case? Objection, Your Honor, leading.
No, ma'am.
At some point, you were asked to do something different, a different task, if you will. Tell the jury what you were asked to do next.
Yes, ma'am. So at some point, as that information was coming in, the leads had evolved. I was asked to go to his residence or the residence of his family. So we went out there and I conducted surveillance along with several other law enforcement. between DPS and I believe there were some other agencies as well, but we were in unmarked vehicles, was unmarked presence, and we just basically were there to ensure or keep an eye on the residents for anyone that came or went, if you will, while we were waiting for a response from our SWAT team, if you will. They call it a special response team.
And you say our SWAT team or special response team, who is the our?
Texas Department of Public Safety.
Now, is this a Texas Ranger SRT team or a DPS SRT team?
Both.
Okay.
So the Ranger Division, it encompasses our SWAT and special response team, but both are under the DPS umbrella.
And at some point, did they arrive on that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were you at that time?
I was within sight of the house and just kind of kept a visual on the house when they went in the home to look for Athena.
Was this Tanner Horner's house?
Yes, ma'am.
You said when they went into the house, was an exigency search performed?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain what an exigency search is?
That means that there's, in this case, imminent threat to serious bodily injury or death. And so we're trying to locate a physical person to ensure their well-being and locate that person.
And who was the physical person you were looking for in this case?
Athena Strand.
Was Athena Strand found in this home?
No, ma'am.
Were there any other people in this home when the search took place?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was in there?
Mr. Horner's mom, his grandma, and his brother.
And what did you and y'all's team do with those individuals?
We had them basically walk outside. So they didn't stay in the home, they didn't come outside. And then I was one of the people that actually spoke with them and just did kind of an informal interview, if you will. It was a recorded interview, but it was an informal interview outside during the exigent search of the home.
And why is it important to remove them from the home?
Well, it kind of goes back to preservation of potential evidence. And so we had reason to believe Athena was in potential harm, serious bodily injury or death. And so that's the purpose in serving that exigency search for her. And because of that, we wanted to preserve the scene. If there was any potential evidence related to her being missing or her being hurt, or in this case, her death. And so having them come outside with us is just a way for that team to be able to execute a thorough exigent search, maintaining the integrity of a potential scene.
And at that time, the exigent search was only looking for Athena, is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you mentioned you were speaking to the family members. Did you do anything else with the family members regarding their phones?
Later that afternoon, we did.
And what did you do with those?
I did a cellular extraction of each of their phones with each of their verbal and written consent.
And after the exigent search, what was your kind of role at that point on the house?
Yeah, so some time went by. We basically, again, it felt like, now that I'm talking about it, it was a night of preservation on my behalf between potential digital evidence, cellular evidence, and then the home, the residence. And so, you know, in talking to the occupants of the residence, we kind of learned a little bit about the structure of the residence, where folks lived, and the home, and a separate piece of the home, if you will. But basically, after that exigent search was conducted, we figured out that Athena wasn't there. We preserved it, and so we kept Mr. Horner's mama, grandma, and his brother outside with us. Of course, I was visiting with them for a long time, and we helped facilitate get their animals into a safe location so they'd be okay and not run off. And then we worked on with another ranger procuring a search warrant to be able to go back into that residence and process a potential crime scene.
And why did y'all need a warrant?
Because based on the information that Ranger Espinoza was receiving at an off-site location. So that's another kind of piece of this, if you will, is that while we're at the residence, Ranger Espinoza is nowhere close to us, to my knowledge. It certainly didn't feel that way. And so, you know, we're getting bits and pieces of information from his end with Mr. Horner. And so as we're getting that information, one of our other rangers was having to procure a search warrant in order for us to go search that residence and process it.
You mentioned Ranger Espinoza. At this time, so we kind of understand timeline, Ranger Espinoza is with the then suspect, now defendant in this case, interviewing him.
Yes, ma'am.
And you and your team are at his home.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, did y'all get that search warrant?
We did, and so that kind of what we're talking about, this encompasses several hours, so this didn't happen fast. The surveillance that we did lasted for a good while. The search team was able to get together, respond, execute the search. These interviews were conducted. There's a lot of things that are transpiring at a pretty rapid pace, but it happens over several hours.
And Your Honor, first witness. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 52. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this photo taken by you?
I think this picture was sent to me, but that.
Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Oh yeah, yes, ma'am.
And is that how that looked on the day and night that you were there?
Yes, ma'am.
And so is it a very accurate depiction of what's in this photo?
Yes,
as
ma'am.
you saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 52. No objections.
State's Exhibit 52 is admitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
That's the front of Mr. Horner's mom, grandmother, and brother's residence. There's a separate structure to the rear where Mr. Horner and his child's mother were living.
And so when you, as we're doing surveillance, I think was the word you used, on the home, were you guys just kind of sitting outside the house looking at it?
Yep, so as you're looking at this, if you can imagine to the left, there's just a driveway on an empty lot, if you will, just down a block or so, and that's where I was backed into watching the residents, to the left, if you will. But then there were other units, unmarked units, I remember being down the road to the right as well. And so we were trying to stay in communication with each other throughout our surveillance while we were waiting for the SRT to get there.
And once your SRT team got there and the other ranger came back with the warrant, what happened next?
Yeah, so the Federal Bureau of Investigation had a unit or a team come out and begin processing the scene. We're canvassed, again, they're in communication directly with Ranger Espinoza or the folks that are with him, relaying information, which I'm not privy to. He would best answer what those things were, but I know that they were back and forth in communication, and so they knew the things that they should be potentially looking for while they're searching and processing this residence. So they're canvassing for potential residents based on the information that Ranger Espinoza has and knows. And then during that time, Ranger Don Stoner and the FBI group had identified several cell phones in the residence. Come to find out, that was for Mr. Horner's mom, grandmother, and his brother. They all provided verbal and written consent for those. And so while FBI was processing the crime scene, at that point I did digital forensic extractions for their phones.
So it's at that point that you and the other team, I guess, take the family's phones out of the home? So they did not have them on them when they originally left the home?
That's correct.
Okay. So while they're doing their CSI stuff inside the house, you were doing the extractions? Is that kind of the timeline?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this point, did you have any other role in this search or investigation?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions. I'll pass.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. Ranger Sherman, how you doing?
Good, ma'am. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. The way that you described this search and the way that you described the approach of the SWAT seems like it was just another day at the office. But wouldn't you agree with me that it was just a little bit more than that?
Oh, it was a lot more than that.
Well, let's back up to the search. All right, you said that you were working on the street, that you were down the street surveilling the house.
Yes, ma'am.
And that you were waiting for the, what did you call them?
The SRT, Special Response Team.
And describe for the jury the SRT arrival at the house. What did they arrive in?
As you would expect, almost, it's a tactical unit, right? And so they're going in there prepared to encounter any threat, if you will.
So this tactical team arrives in basically an armored vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
And they're rolling up the street in this armored vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
How many are there?
A team. It's
So,
not,
Okay.
Like you said, it's not a normal day at the office.
So you have more than one armored vehicle riding up this residential street
Yes, ma'am.
with how many people in each vehicle?
Ooh, I don't know.
Were the officers just in the vehicle, or were they also hanging out on the outside of the vehicle?
I don't recall that.
Okay. But you have these officers rolling up, and they are in, and they're wearing body armor, are they not?
Yes, ma'am.
And they're wearing helmets.
Yes, ma'am.
And they have automatic weapons.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you have this tactical team rolling up this residential street to this small house, and then the officers swarm the house, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
They didn't knock and announce and say, please let us in, they just broke on in.
Yes, ma'am.
And when they broke in, they're screaming, they're yelling. Would you agree with that?
Those would be assumptions. I didn't hear those things from my location based on the way exigency searches would go with an SRT. That would be fair to say.
And you said that they found his mother and grandmother and brother in the home, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And these officers, when they came in the home, pointed these automatic weapons at
Judge,
members
I'm
of his
gonna
family, is that correct?
Let me hear the question. Now, what's your objection?
Yeah, I mean, it would be speculation. He's already said he was not there with the team, so he doesn't have the pointed guns at anyone.
It's the same.
So do you know if they pointed guns at them?
No, ma'am.
And you said that they were escorted out. Are you the one that did the escort outside?
No, ma'am.
Or were you aware that the grandmother was in a wheelchair?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you have officers breaking into the house wearing tactical gear and pointing guns at an elderly woman in a wheelchair.
I don't know if they pointed.
Objection, Judge.
He was getting ready to answer. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I don't know. I don't know what transpired inside the home.
Okay. With regards to exigent circumstances and the warrants, or let's try that again. With regards to the exception to the warrant that we call the exigent circumstances.
Yes, ma'am.
That's really not a free-for-all for officers to search, is it?
Agree.
And that there are limitations on an exigent search.
Yes, ma'am.
So you would agree with me that when performing an exigent search, you are not there looking for evidence of a crime.
Agree.
The only purpose of that is to determine whether or not the person that you're searching for is in the home.
Correct.
So if an officer finds something that they believe might be evidence of a crime, they would have to go and get another search warrant.
They would have to get a search warrant. Yeah. If you're talking about like in plain view, if they saw something in plain view during
Correct.
exigent. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so in the case of a missing person, like I said, exigency involved is to find that missing person.
Yes, ma'am.
And hopefully find them alive.
Sure.
And if a person is presumed to be deceased, then that particular exigency would disappear, would it not?
I don't know if that presumption was there. That's information that I don't have.
But let's just go back to my question,
Okay.
that if a person is presumed to be deceased, then that exigency no longer exists, does it?
I think that would be dependent on circumstances. That would be a case-by-case basis, I believe. Yes, ma'am.
When you had Tanner's grandmother and mother and brother outside, you know what, Judge? I've got nothing further. Thank you, officer. Or wait.
Bruce. Bruce.
Oh, Bruce. Thank
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
Bruce.
You bet. Yes,
That's
ma'am.
my dog's name.
I'm flattered.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Judge.
And Mr. Sherman will be excused subject to any potential recall.
And no objection.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Who do you have next?
FBI's Kurt Ross.
I'm sorry?
FBI Kurt Ross.
Kurt DeRoss.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
But he's doing here. Somebody asked, when will they sentence him? Well, I don't know. They'll sentence him when we get to that point. The defense, the prosecution will continue.
21 years.
And what's your educational background before or during the FBI?
So before the FBI, I graduated from Texas A&M, class of '99. I was an environmental science major and did environmental consulting
for 4 years before joining the FBI in 2004. And when I joined the FBI as a special agent, stationed in Washington, D.C. for 7 years, and moved back to Texas and San Antonio. I was then back to our headquarters and then back here to Dallas in 2019. The whole time I was as part of our evidence response team, our hazardous evidence response team. So I've been doing evidence response for at least 18 of those 21 years.
And to be a part of the evidence response team, do you have any specific training?
We do. So as special agents, we have some basic crime scene training in our new agents class, but we then can volunteer to be a part of the evidence response team, which is an ancillary duty that we can take on with our normal day-to-day jobs. But in order to be a part of that team, you do have to go through a 2-week basic class that teaches you evidence collection, fingerprinting, DNA, photography, alternate light source, and some other techniques that we use, a little bit of computer forensics, not much, we have specialists for that. And then we can go to advanced crime scene courses as well, so advanced fingerprinting, we can go to the body farm, which is to recover bodies, and we can go to some outside of the FBI classes as well.
Have you been to the body farm?
I have not, no.
Have you done any of these other special or advanced trainings?
So I have done, like I said, I'm the team leader for our hazardous evidence response team, so I focus a lot on collection of evidence in hazardous environments. So I've done some extra latent fingerprint lifting, and some DNA training as well.
Now, how did the FBI get involved in the, search and investigation for Athena Strand?
Sure. So, case, we're invited by whoever the executive authority is for whatever agency, whether it's a sheriff's office, like in this case, or a police chief of a police department. We're asked to assist, and we have a method for doing that from executive to executive level. And then one thing that the FBI provides, the ERT at the FBI Dallas, we have 3 teams of 8 to 10 people. So that's 30 personnel. Some of them are still in the process of training, but I would say probably at least at the time of this, especially over half of them were fully certified with advanced training. And so we would be kind of a force multiplier. So anytime there's a scene or a crime that spreads across multiple crime scenes, lots of police departments don't have the crime scene capability to handle 3 or 4 crime scenes at a time. And so we can provide that supplemental crime scene processing.
The FBI in this case was an assisting agency because there were multiple crime scenes.
Correct, yes. Yeah, it was a state warrant that we were assisting on, so they provided that warrant, and then we provided the trained personnel to conduct the search.
And I think you mentioned you were a team leader. How does a team leader work in these teams?
Correct. So with a team leader, it's my job to assign roles within the search. So we have various roles on each search. We have obviously a team leader. We'll have an assistant team leader, we'll have a photographer, we'll have a person that does sketching, we'll have an evidence custodian that is in charge of making sure the evidence stays clear and is labeled properly and is packaged properly. And then we have usually several searchers that will then go out into the scene and do various searches just depending on what we're doing. If it's a forensic search, then we have certain techniques that we utilize there. If it's just a document search, it might not be quite the same as a forensic search. So it's my job as the team leader to decide what steps protective equipment needs to be used to both protect the agents or the professional staff, the ERT team, and then what personal protective equipment needs to be worn to protect the crime scene as well. So we have our suits, Tyvek suits that we wear. You've probably seen them, on TV or something, but they have hoodies, we have booties, we always wear gloves, so that keeps our forensic fingerprint, our DNA, our fingerprints, our hairs, our fibers out of the scene for a forensic scene. So it's my job to not only assign those tasks, but to decide how people are going to enter that crime scene.
You mentioned the Tyvek suits. Are those a certain color?
Typically they're white, yes.
And in general, are there certain standard policies and procedures that the FBI ERT team follows when going into a crime scene?
There are. So we have a set order of how we process a crime scene, and first step is to conduct a kind of a one-on-one turnover with whoever initially had that scene. The FBI ERT is never, I feel confident in saying never the first one on scene. Typically, the local police department was there, or maybe our FBI SWAT team, or in this case, the Texas Rangers SRT. So if there's another agency that's there, it's my job as the team leader to liaison with them, figure out what kind of situation, see if there's any evidence that is obvious and possibly transient that might disappear. We may need to collect quicker. Sometimes electronic evidence such as phones or computers can be perishable, so we need to react to those quicker. So all that would be discussed in the turnover. And then once I have that turnover from whatever agency was holding the scene until we got there, I would then go ahead and walk the scene with that person. And while the rest of the team is kind of setting up a little base of operations area, just simple table, chairs, places that we can bring out the evidence to, getting a sign-in log started and getting some of the other admin logs started about like what time we got there, who was there, other things. So we would then walk through the scene as carefully as possible with the proper PPE on to preserve the scene itself. Like I said, as we're walking through, I'll have a sheet from time to time of noting certain evidence as we walk through, just depending on how big the scene is and how much I can and can't remember. So we'll walk through the scene completely, and usually we're with the photographer too, who is also one of the first steps we do in that walkthrough is we take initial photographs of the scene before we do any searching. So they're called entry photos. It's to show how we found the scene. It's not necessarily how the scene was before anybody got there. It's the scene as we found it when we showed up. And it starts with the front door, hopefully getting the address numbers in the picture, and it's usually walking through into the house, if it's a residence, around the house, and any other outbuildings that may be on the property itself. So those will be the entry photos that get taken as we're doing the initial walkthrough.
And at some point, your ERT team was called out. Where were you guys called out first to?
We were called out directly to the residence. It was 7628 Somerville Place Road, Fort Worth, Texas.
Was that the defendant, Tanner Horner's residence?
From what I understand, from when I was called out there, yes.
Okay. And when you arrive on scene, what did you see?
Sure. When we arrived, there were multiple law enforcement personnel already there, multiple Texas Rangers, a couple of FBI special agents from the squad that was assisting Wise County, and they were kind of there holding the scene until we got there. At that point, the Rangers had already secured the scene from any kind of a threat, like a person threat at the house, so they cleared it, and they were just kind of waiting for us to show up. And so I got there, and the rest of the team got there a few minutes later, and we started to do all the things that I just described, kind of set up a little base area and start with our entry photos.
And so I think you said when you got there, the Rangers had already secured the house.
Correct, yes.
Did you receive a warrant, like a search warrant for the home when you arrived on scene?
Yes, we did from the Rangers.
Okay. And earlier you said part of your procedure is to do a walkthrough. Did you do a walkthrough with the Rangers in this case?
I did, yes.
And after you did that walkthrough, what did you do next?
So after that walkthrough, we identified a couple of things that looked like they were possible items of evidence outside of the residence, around behind the shed, which was later identified as the defendant's quote-unquote bedroom or place where he stayed. And then we were able to see in there, and I could see that the area inside that shed where the defendant stayed was very messy, very much in a disarray. There's lots of trash, so I knew from there that the search was going to be a little bit more difficult because of the nature of that residence. It was separate than the main house. The main house was a little bit more orderly, and I kind of divided up. So from that walkthrough, I decided we're probably going to tackle this in kind of almost like two teams, one in the main house and then one focus. It just wasn't big enough. The shed wasn't big enough for multiple people to be in there. It's really big enough. We search in teams of two, just for checks and balances to make sure we always have two of our ERT folks together. So I saw, after that walkthrough, I saw what was identified as children's clothes back behind the shed in the grass. Typically, and in this case it was no different, when I see evidence like that could have trace DNA on it outside at night, I tend to collect that as quickly as possible, but still following procedures. I don't want the weather, the wind, or somebody else trampling through there to mess it up as we see it. So we started moving forward. Once the entry photos were done, I would have instructed the photographer to go place pictures of those items, and then we would label them with our evidence tents and then go ahead and collect them so that they were out of the elements and we could secure those as quickly as possible.
And so you noticed these items yourself on your initial walkthrough?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were there any other items, I guess I'll call it evidentiary value that you saw that were ultimately collected?
There were, in his bedroom, I believe, excuse me, I believe on his bed, there was a FedEx shirt and a hoodie that, during this whole search, we've been talking to the Rangers, and that turnover, like I mentioned, they were telling us kind of what kind of clothes we might be looking for, what they were interested in. I believe they were interviewing him at the time of our search, and so little tidbits of things would come out from that interview, and so one of those was a FedEx shirt, and so we collected that FedEx shirt, and then a hoodie that was also found on his bed.
So during this search, you were getting information that was being provided by the suspect, and were you also providing information back to others for the interview with the suspect?
Yes, yeah. So as we located items that appeared to be, as we started photographing them, they fit the description of the victim's clothing that she was wearing that day. We told the Rangers, and they were able to phone that back to the interview team.
So that's so Ranger Espinoza would have updated information while he was interviewing the suspect?
Correct, yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what are marked as States Exhibits 53 through 82. And prior to you sitting here, have you gone through all of these photos?
I have, yes.
And can you tell me what those are?
So these are crime scene photos from the residence that night, starting with our entry photos, and then there are some photos of the actual evidence taken both in place and when we process forensic items of evidence, we usually have to stretch them out to get a good idea of what they are. We don't want to leave them balled up. We do that on a clean sheet of brown kind of butcher paper that we just unrolled and cut. And we do two sheets, one on the ground, and we do another sheet, and we place the items on top of that sheet. We take photos of both sides of the item, and then from there, we wrap that sheet, that brown sheet, over the items and package that so that if anything had fallen off while we were moving the items, it still gets collected within the bag and can be processed by the lab.
And you can take a look if you don't recall what all in those pictures, but if you do they all fairly and accurately depict the actual resident and all the evidence collected as you personally saw it that night?
They do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence States Exhibit 52,
53.
53 through 82.
Any objections other than in addition to those previously given to the court?
No additional objections, Your Honor.
Then your previous objections remain overruled and States Exhibits 53 through 82 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And may we publish?
Yes.
All right. We're talking about how one of the first things you do is do a walkthrough, and then you do, I guess, what we call initial photos.
We call them entry photos.
Entry photos? Okay. Is that what these photos that we're going to be looking at are?
Correct. Yeah, this would have been probably the first photo that was taken because our first photo tries to incorporate a house number as well as the front door of the house, which this photo does.
And so in this photo, does it have, I guess, the address in the photo?
It does here on the mailbox post, 7628.
So this next photo, what are we looking at here?
What exhibit number are we looking at?
This is,
We're at 50.
Be sure to identify them by exhibit number.
So this would be 54.
Okay.
I'm showing you what is marked as States Exhibit 54.
So that's the front of the residence.
Now I'm showing you what is marked as States Exhibit 55. Is that just kind of a slightly different angle of the residence?
Yes. Yeah, we try to take all sides of the residence before we enter.
Okay. And this is States Exhibit 56. What am I looking at now?
So this is, if you were looking at the house, the right side of the house, and then the shed over to the right side of the photograph is the shed where the defendant was, I assume, living. there's a bed in there, and that's where his clothes were.
And State's Exhibit 57, what do we see in this?
So now on the left side of that photograph is the same shed where the defendant was living, and then the building on the right was just kind of like a storage building, and then if you walk in between those buildings and around the back of that shed on the left is where we noted the child's clothing.
Alright, so State's Exhibit 58, it looks like this is a closer view to that shed. Are we seeing anything else in here?
I mean, there's items, trash, looks like recent trash outside the item. There's a guitar that may or may not have worked, but yeah, it's just kind of the front-on view of that shed.
And State's Exhibit 59?
Similar, just a closer-up version of that.
And is it standard to kind of take kind of further out and then kind of go closer in photos, or how do y'all normally do that?
Yeah, for evidence, absolutely, but even for our entry photos, if we decide sometimes when there's a lot going on, meaning there's a lot of items in there, then we'll kind of approach that scene. It's the photographer's training to make their photography look as if you're walking up to a door that you're going to then go in and search. And so yeah, different angles is pretty common.
And this is State's Exhibit 60. This is just a slightly different angle.
Yeah. Yeah, I think noting, so lots of times we want to use even our entry photos can also show evidence in place. So with the bed being there, our photographer would have tried to get as much as she could have on that bed without actually walking in.
I'm showing State's Exhibit 61.
Same thing, so she just approached the door a little bit closer, took another photograph.
And State's Exhibit 62.
Similar, so she probably stepped, just a little bit into the shed, and
So she's kind of right at the door right now?
yeah.
Okay. All right, now State's Exhibit 63. What are we looking at here?
So this just would have been another angle within the shed. It's still the shed where that bed is that you saw before.
Is this kind of more the left side of the shed compared
Correct.
to the
Yeah, as you walk in the
right?
door to the left. And as I said, these are entry photos, so this is the condition of it as we found it. And just by looking at it, it was already in that kind of disarray when we found it.
So this disarray was not done by your search?
No, this is before we've done any searching.
And State's Exhibit 64?
Same, just getting our training for entry photos typically teaches us to take a photo from each corner of the room. Because of the amount of stuff that was in here, we couldn't do that without completely moving everything, which we weren't prepared to do at that time. We needed to get our in-place photos. So I remember having this conversation with the photographer that let's just get, from the center of the room, let's just get pictures panning around.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 65?
So similar, now she's looking back at that front door. So she's doing that kind of 360 look as she pans around.
And State's Exhibit 66?
Same thing, now she's turned to look at the bed and take that entry photo.
Now, was there any floor space for you to walk on, or?
Very little. Yeah, there was a lot of trash, dirty clothes, some kids' toys, just other items that were kind of just all over the place, yeah.
No, State's Exhibit
So just noting the items on the shelf here, I think she would have just, like you say, we don't know what's evidence at that point when we're doing our entry photos. So when we see a shelf like that, she would have easily recognized that as maybe a place something could be. So she wants to get an in-place picture of it. And in this case, there's some children's toys, there's Tide Pods and just other stuff on the shelf. I believe there's a game console up there, so she might have been trying to get that in there as well. If you can see at the top shelf, that white box is the game console.
is that a pizza box?
On the floor?
Uh-huh.
Yes, yeah.
And looks like we're moving back outside. Talking about, I guess, the inside of the shed, was there any type of smell?
From what I remember, yeah, it smelled like kind of old garbage, like you hadn't taken out your garbage in days, and probably a mixture of dirty clothes as well. It smelled pretty bad.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 68. So slightly different angle, so what are we looking at here?
So this is, now that she has gotten the photos of the inside of the shed, She's going to work her way around the outside before we start doing any evidence collection. So that's part of this process, is taking another photo of that angle as she's moving down that area between the two buildings. And I would have been right with her as the walkthrough. We would be behind her and she would be taking pictures, and then we'd walk and picture and then walk.
And State's Exhibit 69?
Same thing, just continuing that walk. You can see we're getting closer to that trash can if you look back at the other picture.
And now we're looking at State's Exhibit 70. Now orientate us between those two. Are we between those two buildings? Where are we at now?
So now we're kind of over behind the shed,
Okay.
in that building. And this is the area where the ranger said they thought they saw some children's clothes, specifically a little girl's clothes. So we kind of keyed on that and wanted to get a picture of it before we walked back there and started messing with anything. But it's really hard on the screen, but you can almost see dead center, a little bit bottom of center. There is what looks to be like a little sock. Yeah. So that's the first thing that we noted, that from what we knew of the victim seemed to match.
And is there also, it looks like maybe a cigarette package there to the left?
Yeah, it could be. There was a lot of garbage just buried in there too. I think at one point it seemed like whether it was the defendant or other people who lived on the property were just kind of dumping trash there.
All right, and this is State's Exhibit 71. And what am I looking at here?
So kind of that, you can see down in the bottom of this picture, what's labeled number 1 from our evidence tent is that sock that I initially mentioned. And then as you got closer to that sock, you kind of looked around that other building, you could see, if you move up to number 2, that's looks to be child's underwear, from that distance. And then if you move on to where number 3 is, over there, just to the right of the number 3 are small in size, looks like little girls' blue jeans.
And so kind of for orientation purposes, let me see if I can. So where we originally saw the sock, kind of the front part of that trash pile, now we're seeing those clothes are kind of just all in line, the 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, kind of around that other outbuilding that's next to the shed.
And it looks like there's a little tent there. Can you explain what that is and why you'll do that?
So
this is State's Exhibit.
State's Exhibit 72.
Okay.
Sorry, Judge.
So our procedures when we collect evidence is we take an in-place photograph. So that would have been that first one you saw that didn't have any label on it. And then we take a medium shot of it. So that would have been the one where you saw all 3 evidence tents. And then we do a close-up in place as well. And so since this will be item number 1, the tent suggested it's item number 1. And it's the close-up of the item in place where we found it.
Next. State's Exhibit 73. And so what are we looking at here?
So that's that sock, item number 1. You can see it written there on the butcher paper. This is that brown paper that I was referring to earlier. So we always take a close-up with scale is our next photo. So we have the scale there, and then we have the photograph to show size. And then this item after this picture would have been packaged up with that brown paper into a paper evidence bag.
Okay. And so what is the sock is laying on that butcher paper you spoke about earlier?
Correct.
Okay. And you can go next.
Yeah, once we identify it and take our pictures close up, we can then move it from that location.
Right. Yeah. So once y'all do that, you scale it, and you put, I think, is that number 1? Why do you write that number 1 on there?
Just so in the photograph we can remember which one it is, in case there's multiple items that are similar in style or nature. Yeah.
Is that number 1 also how y'all label your evidence log?
Yes, in this case it is, yeah.
And you're on the average?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 83. And do you recognize this item?
I do, yeah. This is our packaging and our labeling style. And this would have been one of our evidence items, number 1.
And what was in evidence item number 1?
It's listed here, child's light blue multicolored sock found behind shed on ground.
And is that the same piece of evidence that we're looking at here on State's Exhibit 73?
It appears to be, yes.
And are there any other identifying marks on this bag?
Yeah, we have 7 items that we put on all of our evidence bags. So we have the item number, we have the date, we have a case number, an FBI case number. We put the address, and then we have 2 initials. The initials are the collector and the assistant.
And is that bag still sealed?
It is sealed with evidence tape, yes.
And are there any marks on this bag that are not yours?
So the Wise County Sheriff's Office sticker, that would have been possibly for their evidence folks. And then these 2 labels might be, lots of times, the lab that it's taken to will put their own markings on it, so it could be from that. We don't, with the FBI ERT, we don't process any evidence. We're collectors, and it goes to the official either FBI lab or state crime lab for processing.
So you collected this item, but then it will go off to a lab to be processed for
Examine, yeah.
DNA or anything else that
Sure.
needs to be looked at?
Yeah, in this case, it would most likely be DNA. Sometimes it's fingerprints. Sometimes it's computer forensics.
Hopefully not computer forensic crimes.
No.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 8030.
No additional objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 83, they are overruled, and State's Exhibit 83 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Now I'm showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 74 here on the screen. And what are we looking at here?
So in the previous picture where you saw all 3, 1, 2, 3 items, this would be the second item in that row, which appears to be a child's underwear. Looks to be female underwear.
Now I'm showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 75. And what are we looking at here?
So this would have been a picture close up with scale of those underwear after they were removed from the location that they were originally found, as per our standard procedures to take those scale photographs. On that same butcher paper like I was talking about.
And is there a number listed on that butcher paper?
There is number 2.
And did that correspond with the yellow tint that y'all had next to the item?
It does.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I am showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 84. And do you recognize this item?
I do. Yeah, this is our, once again, our packaging, our labeling system, and it says item 2, and it's child's white Hanes underwear found behind shed on ground. So it would have matched the description of what we're seeing in the photograph.
And other than the lab processing, is it sealed? Is there any?
So once again, there's a Wise County Sheriff's Office sticker on there. We wouldn't put that. That would be Wise County that would put that. And then a couple other markers that look like could have been from a state lab or something that would be used for their processing.
Other than that, has it been altered in any way to knowledge?
No, it looks like it might have been opened and resealed by the lab. Other than that, no.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 84.
Same objections to Mr. Gold?
Yes, Your Honor.
No, those are overruled. State's 84 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Now I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 76. And what are we looking at here?
So in those 3 items out behind the shed, this would have been the third one in that order. It appears to be a pair of small blue jeans. At the angle we're at, everything, it kind of fits the description, but we're not sure. But we went ahead and labeled it item number 3, took photos of it in place so that we can then remove it and better examine it.
And you said fits the description. At this point, was there a description? Did you have a description of what the Athena Strand was wearing when she was kidnapped?
I believe we did. It was a pair of jeans with some flowers on it. We didn't have a picture or an exact knowledge, but it was blue jeans with a flower pattern on it.
And what are we looking at here?
So as with the other photographs, we would have removed it from that area to better examine it, get it out somewhere where we can spread it out on the brown paper, the clean brown paper. And I just want to reiterate, the brown paper gets wrapped up with each item, so it's a new piece of brown paper each time we take this photograph.
And just to be clear for the record, this is State's Exhibit 77 that we're looking at right now.
And it's labeled item number 3 on the paper. It has scale, so we can add size to it. And this would have been obviously the back side of the blue jeans.
And I'm showing you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 78.
So this would be the other side, the front side of the blue jeans. And from this, I told the rangers that were out there, I can't remember exactly which ranger, and they were able to see it and relay that back to the other investigative teams that were either talking to the family or talking with the defendant to see if that's an accurate description of what she was wearing at the time of the abduction. So, and we also know when we saw this, you can see there's something in that leg, the pant leg, so looks like a sock, which it turns out to be a sock.
Now I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 79. And so what are we looking at here?
So these are the blue jeans with the sock removed. We would have packaged these together since they were found inside, since that sock was found in there. So we removed it, photographed it with scale, and then we'll wrap it up into that brown paper.
So one sock was found separately out
Just
in
by
the
itself,
car,
right.
but one sock was still inside her pants.
Inside the pants, yes.
And you're on average.
Yeah.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 85. And do you recognize this item?
I do. It's our packaging, our labeling system, our item number, and the description of the item is youth denim jeans with flowers on pocket and one light blue multicolored sock and pant leg found behind shed on ground.
Does that also show that it's item number 3?
It does, yes.
And kind of like the packages before, other than the markings and resealing from the lab, has it been altered in any way?
Yeah. Nope, just the additional markings from the lab and the Weiss County Sheriff's Office sticker label. Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers an evidence State's Exhibit, can't read, 85.
Same objections, Mr. Gold?
Yes, sir.
Those are overruled, and State's Exhibit 85 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. We're now showing on the screen what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 80. And what are we looking at here?
So this was a FedEx shirt that was found in the shed on the bed. That we did our same procedures of collecting it with scale and identifying the number. So it'll be item number 4.
And it looks like State's Exhibit 81. Is this just the front side of the shirt?
Correct, yes.
And were you given information of why to take this specific item, or?
We were, because at that point we had determined that she was taken in the FedEx van from the defendant wearing his FedEx uniform or clothing.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 86. And do you recognize this item?
Yeah, it's labeled item number 4. Same labeling system that we use, and recognize the initials. Extra large black and purple shirt with FedEx found on bed in shed.
Other than the labeling and sealing from the lab, has it been altered in any way?
Nope, just the Weiss County label and the marks from the lab.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers the evidence State's Exhibit 86.
Same objections, Mr. Gold?
Yes.
Those are overruled, and State's Exhibit 86 is admitted.
Judge. Now showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 82. And what are we looking at here?
So dark colored hoodie. I believe at the time we were told that he might have been wearing a hoodie as well, so we went ahead and collected that as part of the evidence.
And does this also have a number on it?
It does, number 5.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 87. And do you recognize this item?
I do. It's our labeling process, and it's item number 5. Large tech gear, gray and navy hoodie found on bed in shed. with those additional Wise County labeling and lab.
I'm going to have Mr. Berry here. Can you zoom in on what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 82? And does that read large tech gear sweatshirt?
Yes,
So does that match the item that's listed in that bag?
it does.
And other than the any type of resealing or labeling from the lab is sitting elsewhere anyway?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 87.
Same objections, Mr. Goble?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, those are overruled. State's Exhibit 87 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
I was sitting here waiting for them to come back, and I don't think they're going to. It looks like it goes to.
Hey, I'm Tanya Iser, senior reporter here at Channel 8 with Kevin Harris, and we've been watching this. They went to a sidebar, and then we lost the feed. I don't know if they've ended court for the day. It is just before 5, so that is possible. Kevin, we have been.
So it looks like it went down after that. Yeah, my guess is somebody in the jury was grossed out. I mean, it's definitely possible. This whole, I don't know. That whole area, like that whole place was so nasty looking. And then to know that he like took her clothes there, I I I don't understand people. You know what I mean? I just don't. Monsters like this, like bushes, this is what we're talking about. This place was like there's just trash and junk and stuff everywhere. And in the midst of all of that is Athena's sock first is what they found, and then they found the rest of her stuff. And there's her sock right there. You can see it in the picture by the number 1 sign. It's just, I don't know. It's just infuriating how much he lied and did this, you know? It's just infuriating. Yeah, 3 people lived in a property like that besides him and his girlfriend. What girl thinks to herself, Oh, I love this man so much. I want to live in a rundown shed covered in spiders, from what he said, in the backyard of a hoarder's home. Like, ladies, do better. You do not have to date or be with guys like this, or guys, if it's on your end and you're settling for this, like, do better. This does not have to be a reality. There are much better men in the world. Much, much better. And then, like, their child wasn't even living with them. Their child was living with his mom, or with her mom, because of the spiders, he said. I'm guessing it's more so because of the mess and the trash and the filth and the debris. But what woman is like, "Sure, mom, raise my kid so I can go live in a landfill with this guy?" Yeah, no self-respect. No self-respect at all. Not even a little bit. The interrogation, he mentioned that she has mental problems, right? And that's where he got the idea he has mental problems. They definitely had problems for sure, right? He said about they both had different personalities and she helped him name his and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, wrong. That is not how DID works, sir. You don't just have your body like convulse and, oh, here's my next personality. Like, that's, I think about, I think it's called Identity. There was a movie called Identity, I think, and they have the guy who's on death row and he is sorting through his personalities and they're trying to find the one. Here it is. Anybody ever see this? I can't play the trailer. Let me see. It's a good movie. We watched it actually in school one time. I know that sounds weird, but I was in a criminology class and we watched this just for funsies, but it was a really good movie. I actually really like it. But basically, these people all meet at this motel, and it's this fat bald guy, it turns out, trying to sort through the different personalities to see who is the murderer in the group. This guy. Who's the murderer in the group out of his personalities? Which one of his personalities is the murderer? And that's kind of how he seems whenever he's acting stuff out. And every time, like, Letitia would talk about DID and stuff like that, I always pictured this guy too. But it's almost like he watched this movie and he's like, "Oh, this is how I should this is how I should act with DID." It's like, dude, you are wrong. You are wrong. That is not, I don't know. We will see where this goes tomorrow, though. So tomorrow, depending on how long their court date is, if they do a shortened court date, we may be able to come on after the baseball game, and go ahead and stream it. I am concerned though, because they have been averaging about 8 to 8.5 hours, which even sped up and skipping the breaks. I mean, we're still at 4.5 hours right now. So I am not going to start streaming any later than 7 p.m. ever, just because I have to be able to sleep. So at 11:30 is pushing it late wise. And I know some of you guys feel the same way because you guys all have lives and works, jobs, and things like that. Children, everybody's just busy, busy, busy. So I am thinking we could do two things. One, after the baseball game, we could watch like half of it up until lunch and then do the other half Saturday night. The alternative is to just try to do the whole thing Saturday night, but then again, that puts us in a late evening before we have to get up early for church in the morning. So we may do half and half. The issue is I don't know what the activities after the baseball game are, so we're going to have to see that too, because Typically, I promise ice cream if they win. So if he loses, we won't have to go to ice cream first. If we win, then we have to go to ice cream before we come home. And that'll delay my being able to hit the start button. So I'm not going to schedule a stream at this moment for tomorrow, just because I don't know whenever I'm going to have to be able to hit the play button. Yeah, it's good to see you too, Ramblin'. I like laughed so hard whenever you came back into the chat again. I was like, so much for sleeping. So much for sleeping. Not happening. But everybody should go to bed now, though. Let's go ahead and call it a night, and we will play it by ear for tomorrow. I'll let you guys either know in Discord or if you see me pop live. I mean, if it's realistically, his game starts at 4. And they've been going until about 6:30. Now, the other day was a really long game. It almost went into overtime. We didn't get out of there until 7:30. Um, but realistically, I should be able to be home at 8, even if we win, and then start a stream. So we'll play by ear, though. I'll let you guys know. Maybe I will. No, I can't. I can't do a community post because you guys won't even see it. You won't even see it. So we will see. Yeah, ice cream for a win is worth it. It's so funny. So the other day, just random side note story, they were playing a game and they were losing by a lot. I mean, it was a rough game. The very first inning, they had 5 runs come in against them. And then I think it was like the 4th inning, they had 5 runs come in against them, and they were down by 5 or 6. And he sent me a text message and he was like, Can we still do ice cream though?" Like THOOOOOO. And and I was like, "Did you win? Did I miss you winning? I must have missed that." But anyways, so he showed his text message or whatever to his friends, and don't you know, they ended up coming back and winning by 3. Like, they had an amazing 7th inning. So, we'll see what happens, though. I guess ice cream is just the right motivation to hit the ball and make the plays. So, all right, I will see you guys all tomorrow or Saturday. We'll play it by ear, and I hope everybody has a good night. Love you guys. Bye.